real good feeling. This place is jumping off hard as it can get. No, we won't ever stop dancing on the edge. We like it dangerous, we like to see you split. Turn up another notch, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Right now, right now. Oh, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. I got a real good feeling.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. And here we are at the 84th Good Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from the land of 10,000 lakes, the state of Minnesota, and more specifically, the venue that is the Trophy Lakes Estates number 3. Great to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we'll be broadcasting the events that will be taking place on the West Lake, namely the tricks and one jump event. And it is going to be a trick fest today, folks. We've got over 60 trickers lined up for your viewing pleasure today. And let's have a quick look at the schedule for today. And when I said Trick Fest, I was not kidding. We have girls 5 tricks, men's 4 tricks, girls 4 tricks, women's 3 tricks, then boys 1 tricks, boys 5 tricks, and then the one and only jump event today is boys 4 jump. And then we'll move on to the open women tricks and the open men's tricks. And that is our slate today. Even though we do have quite a few skiers in the tricks event across those many divisions, we should be done fairly soon in the whole grand scheme of things. And the 84th Good Water Ski National Championships not the only big thing that's happening today across Europe. For those of you that haven't twigged on the latest news, is that there is going to be a solar eclipse that will be achieving totality around about 8 o'clock their time in across Europe, and about 7:30 in across the UK, and we're going to get a partial eclipse here in this part of the world, in the central time zone. It's going to be somewhere between 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the actually 12:30 and 1:30 in the afternoon. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Well, I say keep an eye out for that. But you're best advised not to look at the sun during the solar eclipse. My warning to you: just make sure you take the necessary precautions if you do intend on watching the eclipse, no matter where you happen to be across the United States or indeed across Europe. So, as we get ready for our first tricks event, my name is Tony Lightfoot once again. This is the 84th Good Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Minnesota. And when we return, we will have Girls 5 Tricks with its 10 competitors right here and coming up for you next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, then, that kind of caught us out a little bit. We've got the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships taking place right now. We've just started girls 5 tricks, and we have Mackenzie Budman on the water. So we'll take a quick look at the instant replay for her as she came in on pass number 1 of 2. Side slide there. A side slide to the reverse. Back and a front. A back and a front reverse. Looking good here for the first few tricks. The handle getting up a little bit higher as she progressed a little bit further along. As she worked her way towards the end of the pass, tried the surface O, and unfortunately that was to be her undoing. So she's up on top of the water, and the foot is in tow. That would be a pretty obvious telltale signs as to what her intentions are with the next run. So from here, across the nation and around the world, this is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're seeing Audrey Abelson getting ready to trick herself. All right then, Mackenzie Budman. Toe back and toe front, a couple of the toe side. There's the reverse. Toe wake back, toe front. Let's see what she has in store. Forward tries the O again and falling in more or less the same fashion. So Mackenzie Budman qualified for these national championships with a score of around 1,200 points on average. But not looking too bad with these toes, just trying to stay over the tip of the ski. And that really helped her out in terms of executing the toe wake back. Didn't fancy doing the toe wake front. Probably hasn't had an awful lot of success in being able to ride that trick out in favor of doing the surface O. But just getting a little bit misaligned with the trick ski, and her second attempt at the O unfortunately doesn't yield any fruit for her, unfortunately. But the tricks that she performed earlier do. as we now get ready for Audrey Abelson. This is girls 5 tricks. Boys 5 and girls 5 are the divisions where the age range is age 17 and under. Slowly making her way. Okay. So getting in a little bit deep with one or two of those tricks. Keeping the handle down nice and low. But unfortunately, her position was shifting a little bit from back to front. And the ski didn't really settle in with her very well. So that was the main contributing factor towards that fall for Audrey Abelson. All right, there. So let's see what Audrey Abelson has in store for us for the return pass back towards the dock.
Here on the water is Audrey Abelson. Audrey Abelson coming in pass 2.
So last today at the casino, when is the next race?
So let's have a look and see what Audrey Abelson has. Wake back and wake front. Goes for the surface O. Surface O reverse, so gets both of those. Surface 5 back. Worked hard to get the additional 180 degree turns to extend the O to a 5. Oh, goes for the Waco towards the end there. So a little bit adventurous there as time was expiring. 20 seconds of time are allocated to each pass that the skier has, and the skiers are given 2 of those passes in which to tot up a respectable score. All right, so working away into into the instant replay for that pass. That is Audrey Abelson doing a grand job with maintaining a balance for as long as she could. All right, this is Tessa Kreider. Side and reverse, wake back and wake front. back and front, reverse back and reverse front, positional to the back-to-backs. Oh, and went for the O, and getting trapped in the back there for that particular move, and just didn't quite get the complete pull and advance up on the boat in time before she actually initiated the trick part of that move. And just a reminder to you good folks out there that take some time to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Not only will you get instant notification as to the next time we go live, you will also be able to participate in the live chat that is associated with each of our webcasts on the YouTube channel. So subscribe to it. You know it makes sense. Join the nearly 17,000 subscribers who have already done so around the world and in here in the United States. Looking at the dock and seeing Olivia Mallett with her mom, Lauren Mallett, who was a pretty decent skier in her youth and collegiate days many moons ago. So she knows what the routine is and how to best leverage it towards a decent score. So that is Tessa Kreider. All right, here we go now. This is Tessa Kreider. Back and front, in toes. 4 tricks performed so far already. Here's the 5th one. Can she recover it? Come on, keep going, Tessa. There you go. Managing to survive that, and let's see if she has enough time to do a surface O and tries that trick again, and no dice here either. For Tessa Kreider, taking a big old whack to the back of the noggin as she swims into shore and leaves the way open for our next competitor, Tessa Kreider. The initial toe tricks looked pretty good, but she just got into a little bit of a balance lock there. It just worked her way patiently to a point where she could turn to the front and still stay upright. So Tessa Kreider was able to get the foot out and at least try the next trick on her to-do list, which was an attempt at the surface O, and falling in, and will swim to the shore. So now we're swapping passengers and skis and whatnot into the Mastercraft, the one Mastercraft that we have here on this lake, the Stars and Stripes edition. Hence the reason for the delay. Okay, Olivia Mallett. So Olivia Malletz, who's averaged 1,600 points, a little over 1,600 points during the course of the season. Hasn't skied that many tournaments this season, but 1,850 is her best score in this tournament season. Backed it up with 1,620 points at the South Central Regionals that was held not too long ago. And coming to us out of San Antonio in Texas.
But that's, I think, is like, so she doesn't know. We gotta.
So let's have a look and see what Olivia Malletz has in store for us right here and right now. A back and a front, reverse back, reverse front. Positionals before the back-to-backs. Working away neatly, smoothly, very deliberately. Side slide, go, go, go. You haven't got an awful lot of time to work with there. Could have tried the side slides on the outside the wake, but elected to get back behind the boat and attempt them there, where the percentage of success was going to be a little bit greater there for her, which it was. Now the question is, would those side slides be within time? Okay, so Olivia Malletz getting ready for pass number 2 and getting ready for her opening pass will be our next skier, who is a Cameron Schumann.
You? Yeah, it's ass. What are you gonna judge, bro?
Tricks. I'm gonna cut everybody. I'm gonna cut them all.
Cut him up.
Okay, Olivia Malletz. Back, side slide, back and front, reverse back and reverse front. It's got about 12 or 12, little under 10 seconds now. Side slides at the end. Line back. She may have gotten that in time as well. So great skiing there from Olivia Malletz. And pretty wise to throw those side slides in just before the end, because they might have actually been out of time on the original opening pass, but this time around there was a better chance of them being within time, and even the line back and line front might have been within the 20 seconds of time allocated to her. All right then, so Olivia Mallet. That looked pretty good. Here comes Cameron Schumann. Averaging a little bit north of 2,100 points, approaching these national championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. An event that's been sponsored by some great entities. OJ Props, Visit Central Florida Sports are a couple of them, alongside our boat manufacturers, Malibu, Nautique, and Mastercraft. And as Cameron Schumann does her thing with the 20-second passes, let me mention to you our other sponsors among our ski manufacturers: HOD3, Radar and Connolly, our official rope supplier, Masterline, and let's not forget the title sponsor of these national championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, of course, is Goode Carbon Technologies. As we work our way through, I'll have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the latest offering from Goode in just a moment. But sit back and continue to watch and admire the tricking talent of Cameron Schumann. So she works her way through to the 5 back, and stops the run right at that point, around about 20 seconds later. Let me tell you about Goode and their new ski launched, and they officially unveiled the all-new 2027 XTR Pro here at the National Championships, completely redesigned for more speed, control, and confidence. And if you're one of those good folks that's looking for a new ski, come on over to the Goode booth here in the Commercial Village, or visit them online at goodeskis.com. That is goodeskis.com. Oh, and Cameron Schumann getting a little bit unbalanced there towards the end. Not looking too bad there, throwing herself into the toe wake back and the toe wake front. She was trying to set her weight forward to go and grab the handle for the next set of tricks, which I believe would have been steps, but she initiated that process way too soon, and the tip of the ski went underneath the water, and thus put paid to her efforts in trying to secure more points on pass number 2. Girls 5 tricks continues on. We are a little over the halfway mark. We're on skier 6 of 10. This is Finley Briggs. Here we go, Finley Briggs. A surface 5 back there, a line back and a line front. Yeah, solid effort there. A couple of side slides at the end, just for being reminded to do so from the coach and pin person in the boat. That is Finley Briggs. So looking in very, very good shape, keeping the handle down nice and low. Okay, so we continue to rock and roll through this this list of 10 trickers. We are on skier number 6, as I just alluded to just a few moments ago. Finley Briggs managing to stand up on an opening pass of 2. The skier that you're seeing on your screen right now is Elisa Denninger, or Denninger, I should say. Here we go, folks, coming on in. This is Finley Briggs. Just got a little bit of an indication of what she's doing next so far as the boat speed is concerned. It would allude to the fact that she is going to do a toe trick, starting off with the toe O inside the wake. Toe wake back and toe wake front, a couple of toe sides there. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Positional in preparation for the toe surface back to back. A little bit of a partition there on the reverse, but managing to stand up all the way through. So Finley Briggs doing a grand job there. So not a bad effort there for Finley Briggs. All right, Finley, looking good, looking very, very smooth out there. Coming to us out of Ocala, Florida, Finley Briggs, out of the southern region, and keeping everything on an even keel and working away from one trick to the next very fluidly, very, very efficiently. Elisa Denninger. Wake back to back and it's reverse. Wake line back, line front. Line back on the outside of the wake line front, kind of got forced into throwing that trick in. That is Elisa Denninger coming to us from the southern region. I know that instantly because of the vest that she's wearing, the part of the southern region youth water ski team. And each region is doing battle for bragging rights between the regions. The western region, Midwest, South Central, Eastern and Southern. So a skier hailing out of Windermere in Florida. Girls 5 tricks continuing on right now. We're on skier 7 out of 10 in this particular division. And as I mentioned, gotten forced to execute the wake line, the front, a little bit earlier than she was comfortable in doing, but she got through that trick, and the preceding ones done all the same.
Give a moment, I have a question.
Okay. Yeah, her call,
You can bring the nautique in if you would like. Over on the side.
Okay, Eliza Denninger. Eliza or Eliza Denninger, whichever is correct. Oh, getting into a bit of a similar situation there with the toe wake front, as she tries to rush through toe tricks in order to minimize the risk of catching an edge and falling, which she did for at least the first few tricks, but unfortunately not being able to get away with it beyond this point of the game here. Reverse toe back to back, trying to get that completed before going to the front, and trying maybe some lanyap tricks to complete the balance of a run. So Eliza Denninger is done as skier number 7 on this list, and we got 3 more to go, which means that whoever is in the top 2 spots right now will have guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 5 in the girls' 5 tricking competition here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Jessica Withrow, who won the girls' 5 jumping event yesterday with a distance very, very close to 120 feet. This now is this right now is Jessica Withrow. And if by mistake I mentioned the name of Jenny Withrow, it's a little bit of reflex there, because Jenny Withrow is actually her mom, and Jenny Withrow was quite a prolific skier at a regional and national level in her time. All right, so Jessica Withrow getting off to a pretty high tempo here with one trick and the next. Attempted the wake line back, but just not committing enough edge to the trick and performing it. She started to spin before she hit the top, and then the momentum carried over towards the very top of the wake, and not an awful lot of surface area to work with at that point. So Jessica Withrow So as Jessica Withrow makes her way back towards the dock, we see Cameron Davis getting ready to go. And then right after Cameron Davis, we'll see Ella Gay. Jessica Withrow from Scott in Arkansas. All right, there. Here comes Jessica Withrow. Attempted the toe 5 back, but spun out of the initial 2/3 of that trick. Just a little bit too quick for her to handle. But managing to still make an impact here as our number 3 national seed. Toe wake front, toe wake back, and just throwing some random tricks at the end to cover some of the ones that she'd performed earlier but may not have scored. There we go. That's Jessica Withrow. Jessica Withrow, who scored 3,010 points. And that's where her average is right now. Scored exactly 3,010 in the South Central Regional Championships. But I'm not too sure whether she'll get close to that mark, considering that she fell relatively early on pass number 1. So we're looking towards our top 2 competitors to see who's going to prevail here. We're going to see Ella Gay coming in soon with her bringing an average of just a little bit shy of 7,000 points into these national championships in girls 5. But before her, we will see Cameron Davis. Okay, here we go. Toe tricks first for Cameron Davis. All right, let's see what she has in store for us. This is a Cameron Davis. Reverse toe back and regular toe backs to follow afterwards. Toe back to backs. Toe wake front. Toe wake back again. Reverse toe wake back. First time we've seen that in this tournament. And I don't know what kind of pass that was, but it wasn't exactly filled to the brim with tricks, I would say. Not even so much as a toe-o or even starting off with a toe-o. Maybe she comes into this event with a bit of an injury, which has maybe precluded her from doing the more substantive tricks that she typically throws into the mix. She's certainly skilled enough to put more toe tricks than what we've seen her produce here, especially with that holding on with the toe reverse back to edge backwards up the weight for the toe wake back to back. And she even does the reverse toe wake back, which is a trick that we don't ordinarily get to see, at least in its singular guise. Normally, whenever you see someone land in the reverse toe back position, it's the tail end of the reverse toe back to back. Oh, I don't know what happened there, or why she's electing to go with not one but 2 toe passes. Something seems to be awry here. Reverse toe back. Started to pull and then brought the foot into the back of the standing leg, but just got a little bit off balance there. So that is a Cameron Davis, our penultimate skier, and I don't think she's gotten enough points to overhaul any possible points scored by Jessica Withrow. I'm just making some assumptions here, and I know how dangerous that can be. But in lieu of getting any latest scores in, that's the best that I can do. However, having said that, we do have some girls 5 tricking scores in the mix. We've had the first 5 scores. We've got Mackenzie Rudman with 710, Tessa Kreider with 840, Audrey Abelson with 870, Olivia Mallet with 1290, and in the lead is Cameron Schumann with 1,500 points. As an aggregate of 1,020 points plus 480, giving you a grand total of 1,500 for Cameron Schumann. We'll give you some more points as and when. All right then, last of our girls 5 trickers. Electing to go with toes for the opening pass. This is Ella Gay. Let's see what Ella has in store for us. Looks like it is going to be either a toe wake 5 back or a toe 7. No, it's surface toe 5 back. A high tempo start here. Toe wake back to back reverse. The trick that I alluded to just a few moments ago. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe in. Toe wake-o. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back, a little bit short of the top of the wake there, but time was fleeting on her anyway. Fella that ran about the 18-second mark, but a good solid array of tricks. Probably not to what she wanted ultimately, falling on the toe wake line back to back. But looking good, though. Looking very, very fluid, very, very fast with it. You only have 20 seconds. So leaping up over the ski and then pulling here. Just didn't quite get the height over the top of the wake, and the follow through with the toe wake line back to back. A very, very good attempt there to land that trick, but just didn't quite have the height to make it happen. However, she does have one more pass to come, and has a fair few points to work with. All right, we've got a new point score that's come through. Finley Briggs with 2,550 points, 2,550 for Finley Briggs. A combination of 1190 and 1360 to give you a grand total of 2,550 for Finley Briggs. We are on our last skier in girls 5 tricks, and our next event is going to be men's 4 tricks from not quite the youngest division to not quite the oldest division. Moving from one section to the other. For those of you that are wondering what girls 5 is, so far as the age range is concerned, it's any competitor that is aged 17 or younger. There are other youth divisions. If you want to work backwards, girls 4 and boys 4 is 15 years of age of under. The way you can best remember it is work from boys and girls 5, which means that boys and girls 3, which has the age limit of being 13 and younger. And then you can work backwards and forwards from there. So girls and boys 2 is aged 11 and younger, and boys and girls 1, which is 9 years of age and younger. You see, I'm trying to help you guys out here, and hopefully you can repay me in kind with some messages coming through on the live chat on the TWBC YouTube channel. And you can also help us out by getting our numbers up so far as the subscribers are concerned. We are currently on a subscription of just a little under 17,000, and hopefully by the time that these national championships end, the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals comes to a conclusion, by the time that happens, will have gotten over 17,000 subscribers, and that's the target that we're looking for going forwards. Ella Gay with wake back-to-back, surface back-to-backs. Here she goes, wake back, and now she's going to unload with the flips. Boom, that's one of them. Here's the second. Now she's going to go to the flip twister back to front, which is 550 points. Now she's going to end up with a 750-point trick. No, she's going to go for the Mo back-to-back, which is 800 points, and a couple of side slides at the end. So fantastic effort there for Ella Gay. So wonderful stuff, and you're looking at your presumptive Girls 5 National Girls Trick Champion. That is Ella Gay. So Ella Gay doing a fine job out there with the tricks. So looking at this once again with the reverse, with the initial backflip, which is 500. There's another 500 point trick there. She rotates backwards and will rotate out of it in midair for a 550 point flip twist to the back. So 1,550 points added there, and then you can add another 800 for the. Actually, that was a flip twist to the back, which is 750. So all of those added together would bring her score north of 2,000 points just on those 4 tricks alone. All right there. So coming in right now, this is Ryan Mallett as we start off the men's 4 tricking competition. Hop, skip, and a jump there from Ryan. Whoa, the handle getting up a little bit high. And just was not completely settled or balanced, for that matter, as he got ready for the hand tricks, especially that O. Right then, as Ryan Mallett gets to work with his handle pass, coming up a little bit short of the surface O.
Yeah, the other thing, if not, I was thinking about.
Okay, so
2 days in Paraguay after.
we've got Ryan Mallett out there on the water getting ready for his second and final 22nd pass, and right now I'm introducing to you the executive director of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Mr. Kevin Michael. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Tony, doing well, man. Nice, crisp, early morning here. Minnesota, sun's just starting to peek out, and it's fun seeing Ella out there ripping.
All right, and yeah, absolutely. With Girls 5 Tricks, the presumptive national championship for this season. So glad to have you here. Didn't get an awful lot of time to talk with you yesterday, but the main reason for that is because you were extremely busy, and you're busy enough these days to have hired 3 young skiers as full-time employees. Who are they?
Yes, sir. Well, on site here we have Matt Bishop, membership marketing and events, and Sydney Keener, who's in member and competition services. And then Matthew Leach is down there in Texas. He didn't compete this year at Nationals, so he didn't make the trip But he's active in the collegiate scene. He's the South Central chair for collegiate. And, Texas is a huge hot spot. And he'll be answering phones along with Sydney. Sydney's the first point of contact. Some of y'all may have reached her if you called in. And Matt Bishop's going to be skiing himself later this week. So give him a little incentive to do well. We're just creating a water ski culture here at headquarters. And, I'm a big believer in, that authenticity of being a skier and how that can help the organization.
All right, then. So we just saw Ryan Mallets take a soggy end to that second and final 20-second pass as we get ready to bring on Brian Ansell, who is a perennial member of the US 035 water ski team. Now, so far as participation numbers for these national championships, that always seems to be the litmus test in determining how successful a national championships it is. How many participants do we have this year, and how does it compare to last?
Yes, sir. Well, we have 517 registered athletes for this event. Now, there'll be some no-shows, but we're hoping to stay over 500 skiers total. And either way, it's more than last year. Last year there were 468 registered and 443 that skied. So 443 last year, and we're hoping to be over that 500 number this year. Regional participation was interesting. Midwest was the highest with 302 right here, Trophy Lakes. And then the South was 137, the East was 104, Central was 109, and Western was 233 for a total of 885 skiers regionally, which was up from 843 last year. So 843 last year to 885 this year regionally.
So about two-thirds that number went on to qualify for the nationals and registered.
Yeah, it appears so. Yep.
Okay, so that's always good news going forward. So if any of the good folks want to try and find out more about the sport of tournament water skiing, as we see Brian Ansell go through his initial tricks out there with his first pass or two, if they want more information about the sport of tournament water skiing and maybe want to give it a try and maybe set themselves along the path to maybe participate in tournaments, how would they go about it?
Well, the first step is to realize that, competitive events don't have to be intimidating. There's a fun factor involved in these events. We have tournaments that are Class F for fun. But you can go to usawaterski.org and learn all about membership and see a list of events and see how to get involved. But I would urge anyone watching that, just because it's a tournament doesn't mean that you have to be skiing at a pro level or anything. There's all kinds of divisions and skiers of all skill levels.
Indeed. usawaterski.org, and Kevin Michael, you are the executive director of said organization, USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. It's good to have you here, and hopefully you'll be just as busy today as you have been over the last few days.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the vendors are selling skis, so that's always a good sign. And Brian just went down there on his second pass, but yeah, it's a thrill to be here watching this in person. Come on out if you're in the Minnesota area or in the Midwest. We're at Trophy Lakes Estates. You can find that on maps, Trophy Lakes Estates. And open skiers will be Thursday and Friday.
That would be in Center City in Minnesota.
Yes, sir. And thanks for having me, Tony. You're doing a great job.
No worries. Thanks a lot. That is Kevin Michael, Executive Director of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. usawaterski.org is the place to go. And also a place to go is their booth in the Commercial Village, where you'll also find the good folks of OJ Props, and visit to Central Florida Sports.com. There as well, along with HO and D3 and Radar and Connolly, Masterline, the official rope suppliers of these national championships, and we've also got our boat manufacturers, Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique, here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right there, so skier on the water is David Spatafor. Couple of side slides, a back and a front, reverse back and reverse front. Surface O, surface O. Oh, a 7 as he travels across the wake. And a 7 reverse. Back to back, back to back. All right. Yeah, leveraging the wakeboard there for those tricks. Fantastic effort there for David Spatafor. So David Spatafor right there, right now. Okay, let's see if we can update you with some scores so far as our tricks are concerned, at least so far as the previous category is concerned. Jessica Wifro with 26.30 is now your leader, ahead of Finley Briggs with 25.50, Lisa Denninger with 23.40, Cameron Schumann with 1,500, Olivia Mallets with 12.90. Audrey Abelson with 970, Tessa Kreider with 840, and Mackenzie Budman with 710. Those are the latest scores made available on waterskiresults.com. If you are watching us on the West Lake or if you're watching us on the East Lake at the same time, we don't care. You can watch both webcasts at the same time. You don't have to watch one. You can use both. You get a separate tab, navigate to the TWBC YouTube channel. It's very, very easy. Select West or East and assign them to each tab. And also on the third tab, have the waterskiresults.com link handy. When you get to that page, navigate to the top of it and click on the link that says Goode Water Ski National Championships, and you will be there. David Spatafor. Now he's looking to try and put the more truncated moves into the effort, which requires positionals between the two for the 4.5s, and now he's going to go to the wake and the wake front. He's not even going to think about doing the reverser wake back, going toe side into the wake, but yeah, ends up doing a fine job. A really, really nice effort there for David Spatafor. This is men's 4 tricks. All right, so looking at David Spatafor once again. So David Spatafor, who comes to us out of Maple Grove in Minnesota, so he's skiing at his home nationals, as it were, in his native state. All right, as we just seen the replay of the wide array of moves that David Spatafor put out there. All right, so now we're working our way towards our next competitor. This is going to be Ryan Ripley behind the Correct Craft Nautic towboat, a brand new model that's being used for these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Premiered last season, but not in time to be used for the 83rd Goode Water Ski National Championship. So this is the first full season in which that boat has been made available to the regions and to the nationals, and winning rave reviews for its comfort, for its power, for its performance. And here we go. Skier on the water is Ryan Ripley. Coming to us out of Ingleside in Illinois. There's the wake back and wake front, wake back and wake front. Positional to the back, and as he works his way through the tricks. Wake back to back. There you go, wake back to back reverse there. Waco into wrap. Waco out of it. There you go. Fantastic skiing there for Ryan Ripley. Ripping it up out on the water here in men's 4 tricks. Our number 5 seed coming into this event. And if he maintains his number 5 seed all the way through towards the end, once we know the other trick scores for the earlier participants, if Ryan Ripley still is able to keep his nose in front ahead of the likes of David Spatafor or Brian Ansell or Ryan Mallets, then he will have himself a medal as being a part of the top 5. Okay, so looking, yeah, there you go, Ryan Ripley. Great skiing there. I don't think he put his foot in the toe strap, or even he has a toe strap, but he was able to get through those tricks beautifully. Yep, just got up, just did his thing. Just another Wednesday. But for those of you that study astronomy or have need to look towards the heavens from time to time, today is one of your lucky days, because at around about 12:30 Central Time today, around about that time approximately, we're gonna see a partial solar eclipse. Now, in other portions of the world, such as Europe, especially in Spain and France and the United Kingdom, they're going to see full totality at around about 8:30 European time, or 7:30 British time. So there's that to look forward to. But over here, it's going to be around about 12:30 Central Time, a partial eclipse. as we see Tom Kavanagh. Oh, a little bit twisted there with that rotation into the wrap. Wake, reverse wake back and reverse wake front. This is Tom Kavanagh. There you go, not bad. Some of those tricks looked a little suspect, but he managed to make some impact there, and continued to ski his way out of that situation. So we're coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota, the home of the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 venue. A 2-lake venue, 1 lake to the east, 1 lake to the west, and you are watching the events as they unfold on the West Lake. Just getting a little bit bogged down there with that wrap into the rope, but thankfully he had enough strength and coordination to get himself out of that soup, and had the balance to work with that situation himself, and almost biffed it at the end there. But like I said, a skilled enough athlete to be able to sort his way out, and had plenty of experience to boot there, certainly. So Tom Kavanagh from Atlanta in Georgia. Wake line back, line front, line back. Wake line front. Foot in the back, couple of side slides. And that's it. He's run out of tricks. So he's going to ski into the shore, 2 stand-up runs. Hop, skip, and a jump there. A little bit of a celebratory move there towards the end. And kind of getting that sinking feeling towards the end. The inevitable has happened. Whether he's gone through both passes or gone kept his hair dry. He still has to swim back into shore though. But that's not too bad there. Some toe tricks to start off with the second run, and seems to have found a nice rhythm, a nice groove here. Our number 4 receded skier in these Goode water ski national championships. So now let's have a look and see Jason Weber. Jason Weber or Jason Weber, whichever it is and whether it's correct. Here comes Jason Weber here, coming in, positional to the back, 5 front, 5 back, back to backs, wake back to back, and it's reverse, wake O after the positional to the front, wake back and wake front here. Nice. That's a well-constructed run, taking advantage of the tricks that he knows how to do efficiently, and just blends them together for a nice little sequence there on pass number 1. Coming to us out of Lincoln in Nebraska, it is Jason Weber, who within the last 12 months has tricked north of 2,500 points, not once but twice. In the regionals itself, the Midwest Regional Championships, which took place in Utah, he tricked a 22.90, which kind of put his average down a little bit, but not by much. The average that he brings into this event is a 24.87. All right, here we go, folks. Jason Weber coming in very, very soon for pass number 2. We're going at a fairly high clip here so far as our competitors. By the time we get to the end of men's 4, we'll have done 18 skiers. Oh, getting in a little bit deep here. Always struggling to stay on top of the water. That's Jason Weber. But standing up, he did. So Jason Weber coming to us out of Nebraska. And will now ski back towards the shore and swim on in towards the dock. So now we're getting ready for Chris Silvey coming up next out of the South Central region, who's tricked on average north of 2,600 points as we look at the first few tricks here for Jason Weber. Toe back and toe front, a toe side, and then goes in for the trick that's very, very similar in terms of setting up for balance. Whoa, went nostrils deep there with that wake line back. Oh, that ought to clear out your sinuses in a hurry. Never mind pharmacy medication. The best way out there to knock out any blockage you might have is just to pull short a little bit on the wake line back and dip your head in the water. That aside from doing a backwards deep water barefoot start. And barefooting is one of the 9 sport disciplines under the banner of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. If you want to find out more about any of the 9 disciplines that form part of the of USA Water Ski Wake Sports, the 9 sport divisions, which includes AWSA free event water skiing, it also includes barefooting, show skiing, collegiate, ski racing, hydrofoil. You can find out about each of those sport divisions by going to usawaterski.org. If you are new to the coverage of this event, you are most certainly welcome. And also take the time to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And once you are subscribed, you will get instant notifications as the next time we go live. And beyond the scope of this event, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, the next time we will go live is next week with the European U14 and U17 Championships coming to you live from Agrinio in Greece. Okay, so Chris Silvey. All right, here comes Chris Sylvie. Wake line. Looking at this. Wake line O. Wake line back, line front, going slowly from one trick to the next. He has a sense of timing here. Foot in the back. Wake back to back. Wake back to back reverse. He's running out of time here. He's got some surface moves, and I think that he just has that sense of where the time was with the 20-second clock, and he wanted to make sure that he did everything that he could possibly do within that time period. So Chris Sylvie, a little bit of old school with the line tricks. Many of these line tricks have been kind of confined a little bit to the annals of history a little bit there in relation to how they're used in elite competitions. Most elite level competitors have decided to ditch step tricks entirely in favor of doing more intricate flips, easier to do flips compared to the skill level needed balance-wise to perform the line tricks. But there's still a place for them, and they're right here at the 84th Goode Water Skiing National Championships, being brought to you by AWSA, the sanctioning body, and being supported by USA Water Ski, and Wake Sports. Make sure you check out online USA Water Ski and Wake Sports by going to usawaterski.org. And here we have one of our towboat partners, the Nautique, with the Ski Nautique towboat, a legendary platform that has supported the sport of tournament water skiing from day one. It looks like it is going to be a tow Waco. Yes, indeed it is. And managing to just hold his balance long enough for him to ride it out. Toe side, toe wake back, toe wake front. Foot in out of the toe strap. There we go. There's back. There's a wake front. Oh, Waco into wrap there. Waco out. Look at this. Fantastic skiing there from Chris Sylvie. Chris Sylvie knocking it down, and the last few competitors were absolutely fantastic with their ability to be able to ski through both 20-second runs and constitute the best score that they can possibly perform out there. So Chris Sylvie. Okay, so as we work our way down, so apparently Graham Pfizer is a no-show, which could potentially mean that the point score between Chris Sylvie, Jason Weber, and Tom Kavanagh could be enough for each of them to be in the top three. But which one has ascended the podium will leave that decision to the judges, who will score their efforts retroactively. All right, then. So now we're moving on. We've got Tia Byrne. Tia Byrne with the first of two 20-second runs. There's a back and a front, reverse back and reverse front. Positional to the back. She attempted the surface back-to-back, but couldn't quite get the the balance necessary for her to do so. Surface O, front to front. Surface O, front to front, reverse. This is girls 4 tricking. Now, the girls 4 division are for those competitors that are aged 15 or younger. And the rule of thumb here in determining the upper age limits for each of our youth divisions start off with boys and girls 3. Work under the assumption that it is 13 or younger for each of the boys and girls 3 divisions, and then work your way from that in either direction, and then you'll realize that boys and girls 1 is 9 and younger, boys and girls 2 is 11 and younger, boys and girls 3 is 13 and younger, girls 4 and boys 4 is 15 and younger, and girls and boys 5 is 17 and younger. But we're on girls 4, and Tia Byrne getting in a little bit deep towards the end, but gotten the job done for the most part. All right, Tia Byrne. We've got on this list 11 skiers, Tia Byrne being the first off the dock in this division. Okay, here we go. This is Tia Byrne, a wake back and a surface to the front. Getting bogged down on the surface O as she tried to work her way back towards the dock. Tia Byrne, who comes to us out of Connecticut. So Tia Byrne just got a little bit a trap there at the front with that surface O on the second and final 20-second run. That's Tia Byrne as she swims into the shore. All right, then, moving right along, we've got Kayla Meeker. All right there, so we believe that this is Kayla Meeker about to take to the water behind the Mastercraft towboat, one of our 3 towboat partners for these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships alongside Nautique and Malibu. All right, confirming that this is Kayla Mika. Coming to us out of Illinois, the land of Lincoln.
He'll be here tomorrow afternoon. I may stay and work.
Okay, from Farmer City in Illinois.
Otherwise, he wouldn't ski all week. So I may stay home.
Surface O's, actually a Surface 5 to the back. Goes for the Surface 7, and here's the reverse. And nicely done there. Well, and attacks the wake in anticipation of doing the Waco and just stuffed the tip into the wake there. Otherwise known as casing the top of the wake. So Kayla Mika. Looking at this pass once again, off to a good high tempo start there with the Surface O and the reverse, keeping that handle tight across the midsection of the body. If you let that handle out too far, the boat's line tension will eat you alive. And she almost felt that a little bit there on that particular move, but for the most part, keeping the handle very close into the body, so she achieves maximum control through these through that intricate. And there you go. I don't think she really stuffed the top of the wake, as I mentioned, but she just didn't quite have the same kind of direction with the top half of her body from the bottom. And that's why she caught the edge on the way down with that Waco rather than going on her way up. All right, Kayla Mika from Farmer City in Illinois. If that name doesn't scream agriculture, I don't know which name will. Keeping everything working forwards. Pretty much a repeat of what she did on pass number 1. But with a few more tricks towards the end thrown in for good measure. There you go. That is Kayla Mika, our second skier off the dock in this girls 4 division. She swims into shore, and we'll look at her effort again with the second pass of 2 from Farmer City in Illinois. This is Kayla Mika. All right, so next competitor up, approaching the course pretty soon. After seeing that instant replay there from Kayla Mika, it's going to be June Phillips. Wake back to back. Wake back. Does she have anything left? There's a wake back there. I don't know what she was trying to do with a third attempt to the wake back. Maybe she felt not secure enough in figuring that ski may not have rotated enough to actually score it, which is why that she did it. She attempted it not once but 3 times on this particular effort. June Phillips. Coming to us out of Wake Forest in North Carolina, the home of unimaginatively Wake Forest University, that has a pretty good athletic program under the moniker of the Demon Deacons. Wake Forest. It's fairly close to Winston-Salem in North Carolina, where June Phillips hails from, and I'm sure that she probably skis in a number of different locations in the Tar Heel state that is North Carolina, like Skyview. And for those of you that have just joined us, welcome to the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships right here in the land of 10,000 Lakes, Minnesota, the birthplace of the sport of water skiing. You can only imagine what Ralph Samuelson would be thinking right now, seeing how the sport has grown since those adventurous days in 1922, where he attempted and successfully water skied behind a seaplane, which was about the only thing at that time capable of pulling a water skier. There weren't any boats with engines that could do the job. And as we continue on, June Phillips tried the toe wake back, but unfortunately just couldn't keep her balance long enough to ride that trick out, so she won't get credit for the toe wake back. She will get credit for the toe back and toe front, and indeed the toe side, and even the reverse. So 4 tricks she'll get credit for. Toe wake back, and she might actually get credit for the toe wake back, because she didn't fall as a result of actually doing the trick itself. She just fell just because she just plain flat out lost balance afterwards. That's up to the judges to decide, naturally. So we now bring on Joy Buka. Okay, so coming to us out of Syracuse in the Hoosier state that is Indiana, this is Joy Buka. Okay, so looks like we've got a skier on the water in the form of Lucy Spatafor. Now, I don't know whether we've gone past a couple of competitors to get to this point. So it looks like Joy Buka and Zoe Eust, that were supposedly on this list to ski, are no-shows. And I think actually Joy Buka might actually be injured, just to add complication to that assessment there. Lucy Spatafor, however, taken a fall on the first trick, so scoring no points, unfortunately. So she's going to have to go back to the drawing board as she works her way through this list of girls 4 trickers. We originally had a list of 12 skiers, but we're down to 9 with the absence of Joy Buka and indeed Zoe Eust. Lucy Spatafor on the water.
did my recruiting. I already brought 4 people into FFG. Bro, 4. You realize that, Vanilla? Vanilla. Do you realize that? I'm a fucking master recruiter, bro. No, 5. 5. Here. You wanna...
All right, there. So we'll get you updated with the latest point scores that we have available, and the latest point scores that we have. Just to round off girls' 5 tricks to give you the unofficial top 5. We've got Ella Gay with 63.30. She is your presumptive champion. Jessica Withrow with 26.30 for second place. Finley Briggs with 25.50 for third. Eliza Denninger with 24.30. Cameron Davis with 18.40. Those are your top 5. Olivia Mallets with 12.90. Audrey Abelson with 9.70. Tessa Kreider with 840 and Mackenzie Budman with 710. All of these can be found on waterskiresults.com. Make sure that you keep a tab open with waterskiresults.com to get the latest scores as they become available. Here we go. This is Lucy Spatafor. She fell on the opening trick on pass number 1. Let's see if the redemption is on offer here. There's a surface back-to-back. 5 front. 5 looked to be like a 7 that she threw in just at the last second there. Looking good now, but the frustrating part about all of this is as she completes her second and final 20-second pass, the damage was done with the fall on the very first trick of her first or 2 20-second runs. So there we go. That is Lucy Spatafor, a skier that's skier number 7 on this list out of 12. So we are at the halfway mark. So Lucy Spatafor, as we look, as we go through each of these tricks, let me get you up to speed so far as the men's 4 trick scores that are available are concerned. Currently in the lead with 25.30 is Tom Kavanagh. Ryan Ripley with 21.70 is currently in second spot right now. And just to let you know that as Tom Kavanagh is in the lead ahead of Ryan Ripley, and both of those skiers are in the remaining 5 spots in the rankings coming into this competition. Both have earned themselves a medal. Jason Weber with 1970. David Spatafor with 1540, Brian Ansell with 820, and Ryan Mallets with 570. Di Harden is on the water right now. Coming to us out of Louisville in Kentucky, and gets the job done with the opening pass of 2. Ade Harden. Girls 4 tricking. Contributing an average point score of 2,600 points. Ade Harden from Douglas Hills in Kentucky, which is in the suburbs of Louisville. Coming to us out of the Bluegrass State. There you go, just rocking it from one trick to the next there. Just foot out the binding and goes for the surface. Surface line tricks towards the back and the front. Surface 5 back. All right. And pleased with that effort to get through the tricks that constitute a first pass of 2. I believe toe tricks is going to be next on the menu for her. A Die Harden from Louisville in Kentucky. Oh, hey, folks. Just grabbing a little bit of coffee, and I'm sure that you've got some coffee on the roast as well. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you here. No matter where you happen to be around the world, whether you're watching us in far-flung locations or if you're near a field like somewhere on the eastern seaboard, it's 9:40 in the morning. If you're in London, it's 22 to 3 in the afternoon as they get ready for the solar eclipse to take place within about the next 6 or so hours. Looking at her driving away through this run. This is a and going for the toe wake front and just losing her composure and balance and taking the fall as a consequence. So that is a Die Harden. So, a Die Harden here. Launching off the top of the wake and taking way too much height, too much for her to completely handle. So, continuing on with girls 4 tricks. So we work our way to the higher seeded skiers. Our next competitor is Natalie Gustafsson. There's the back and front, reverse back, wake back to back, wake back to back, reverse. Natalie Gustafsson. We're now at the point to where we can start placing some skiers in the top 5 based upon their performances. Surface 5 front, couple of sides. Yeah, simple as you like there with pass number 1. Now Natalie Gustafsson, our 4th highest seed coming into this event. Die Harden it was the 5th highest seed, and she fell rather early on pass number 2, so that might have opened up a potential spot in the top 5 for the likes of one or two of our earlier competitors. There is a little bit of a drop-off between the likes of Die Harden and Lucy Spatafor. But as it stands right now, Natalie Gustafsson doing a grand job so far of keeping everything level. Natalie Gustafsson coming to us out of Cleveland in Tennessee, the Volunteer State. Okay, so we've got Natalie Gustafsson. toe wake back, toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front, couple of toe sides here. Does she go for the toe back to back? Yes, she does, but has to throw in a positional to make that happen. Toe over into wrap. But I reckon that's around about 20 seconds anyway, so that trick might not have been scored outside because it was performed outside of the 20 seconds of time allocated for that run. So there we go. That is Natalie Gustafsson, our fourth from last skier on the water. So let's see if we can try and gather some more trick in scores. We haven't had an update to the scores since I last gave you the current totals for men's four. We have two more scores to come to wrap up that division, and they should be available within about the next 20 or so minutes. The time right now is 8:45 in the morning, the Central Summertime, or Central Daylight Time, I should say, CDT. As we see the tail end from Natalie Gustafsson with her effort out there on the water. This is Elena Gal. Toe back-to-backs. Toe wake back-to-back. Oh, and landing in rather hard there and just not able to keep her body posture up high enough to make that trick happen completely. She certainly had the skills here to make this pass a reality here. Toe surface toe back-to-backs. Reverse toe back and reverse toe front, or actually initially with the toe back and toe front, and then goes in for the reverse. Just threw everything that she could into that trick there, and just forgot to keep her posture up high, because when you throw too much weight onto the tip of that ski, it gets rather squirrelish, because when you turn backwards, the tip becomes the tail, and the tail becomes the tip. And whenever you throw too much weight towards the rear, away from the boat, then it gets really, really skittish in a hurry. The best remedy for that is to come into the wake and not move the upper body too much as to disturb the balance that one would have going into the wake in that backwards position. All right then, so that's toe tricks. Let's see what Elena Gal can do with the tricks that will constitute her run, her second and final 20-second run of hand tricks. All right then, folks, working our way through. This is Wednesday, August the 12th, 2026. Here at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, and the podium is looking resplendent and getting ready to receive some medalists in in a few hours' time. Here is Elena Gal. Waco to start. Wake back to follow. Does she have anything more beyond this point? Wake front, reverse, wake front, wake backs. Line back, line front, foot in the back. Surface O, just for good measure, and there you go. That is Elena Gal. So our number 3 seed nationally coming into this event, that is Elena Gal. All right there, so we're monitoring the situation here with Elena Gal. Looked good here. Yep, seem to have a pretty good handle there with that run. And as we now work our way to our next competitor, our penultimate skier, Josephine Snape. Waco to start. Wake back to back. One of the tricks that follows, and it's reverse. There's the surface O, surface 5 front, wake back. Going aggressively here. Wake 5 front there, nicely done. A 310-point trick right at the gun. Nicely done there for Josephine Snape there. I like the way she aggressively goes from one trick to the next, exuding a lot of confidence in her ability to get the job done from trick to trick here. Wake front, and then positions herself for a back for the wake back to back. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front, wake back. Wake front, a little hop, skip, and a jump there with the reverse wake back there. A notoriously difficult trick the way that she does it, which is the reverse wrap back. But she actually absolutely launches that one for a 5 front. Now, the 5 front from that particular direction is typically a little bit easier because you're already wound up tight enough as it is, so you don't have to really twist or put that much effort into producing the wake 5 front from that position. And she gets the job done there with pass number 1. We will see if she has anything more to contribute. Okay, we've got a point score for Tia Byrne. It's 290 points. 290 points. The first score received for girls 4, the division. We are within one skier of completing. Actually, let's just say, for accuracy's sake, 1.5, because we have one more skier to come in the form of Reese Bloyer. But before her, we have the half of a pass, half of an effort for Josephine Snape. Toe wake back, toe wake front, reverse toe back, and the initial one preceding it. Look at this for Josephine Snape, getting it done. Yes. I'm sure that Scott Snape is in the towboat, if I'm not mistaken. But I tell you what, some great, great skiing there for Josephine Snape, who comes to us out of the Palmetto State of South Carolina. So Josephine Snape, who comes to us from the city of Central in South Carolina. All right, so now we're moving on. We're moving right along with our next competitor, our last competitor in girls 4 tricks. We believe to be the last competitor in girls 4 tricks. It is going to be Reese Bloyer. Okay, here we go. Reese Bloyer. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs now. Toe wake back to back. There you go. Fantastic skiing here. Look at this. High tempo. Toe 5 front. Nicely done towards the end. And she throws the double fist there. Fantastic skiing there for Reese Bloyer. Okay, looking at the remaining portion of these tricks here from Reese Bloyer. A nice stand-up effort here. Reverse toe back, now winds up to the toe 5 front. Scrunching her the upper part of her body over the lower half to maintain her equilibrium and her balance over the ski. So well done there. Coming to us from Lake Elmo in Minnesota. That is Reese Bloyer. So monitoring radio communications here, and Okay, from what I understand, there was a technical issue in regards to the video coverage from the boat. So we're bringing her back to the dock, and we'll be re-riding the first of 2 passes for Reese Bloyer. And it looks like on the starting dock we see Lexi Abelson. She's going to get ready to go very, very soon, but not until we see Reese Bloyer.
Well, they need it yet, still. They still need it.
Oh, you gotta go yet?
So from what I understand, Reese Bloyer is going to get a re-ride, and she'll start all over again from scratch. Okay, for those of you that have just joined us, welcome to the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships, coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota, the home of the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 facility and community. Here in Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. And the birthplace of water skiing.
Here we go, folks. Our number one seed, Jackson Stable, coming in through the course. Starting off at 28 miles an hour. Our first seed is to do that, coming in the opening pass. 28 and 34 mile an hour top speed in 43. This is going to be interesting. Right now, leading with a half a 38. Great job by Andrew Justice. This pass will decide who our national champion is, either Jackson or Andrew. Conditions are perfect. Beautiful water, nicely caught. We're not dealing with a heavy gale.
All right, welcoming you back. For those of you that have just tuned in to the West Lake coverage here at Trophy Lakes Estates 3 for the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have you here in this competition, which is sanctioned by the AWSA, the American Waterski Association, and with support from USA Waterski and Wake Sports. This is the Goode Waterski National Championships, the 84th edition, here in 2026. The date is Wednesday, August the 12th, and we're in the midst of rounding off the girls' 4 tricks event. Though we've had a little bit of a technical snafu there, so we will try and get back into competitive action very, very soon with Reese Bloyer. Okay, so Reese Bloyer comes in for a re-ride on her opening pass. This should involve toe tricks, but she could decide to switch it up to hand tricks if she really wanted to, but she's going with the former rather than the latter. So here we go. This is Reese Bloyer. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, reverse toe back and regulars now, toe 5 front, toe out, toe side, toe 5 front, there you go, toe out. There you go. That is how you come back from a technical snafu there. That is Reese Bloyer. She did everything that she did initially with the original opening pass, and then she added some more tricks to the deal as well. So let's have a look and see. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, keeping that foot close to a standing leg. Toe wake back to back, and toe wake front. Toe in and toe out, and then she does a couple of toe sides, and then from there, reverse toe back, toe 5 front. Looks like it's very, very much a work in progress. A toe pass. I would say about the only thing that's really seriously missing from that particular effort, and for someone of her skill level, is the toe 7 front. Now, in regards to the toe 7 front, I mean, if she wants to add it, then it would require her to actually learn that trick and be able to get it consistently enough to use in tournaments. However, it's not really a deal breaker because she could easily segue her way into a toe 5 back, and then still be able to do toe O's and toe 5 fronts in the middle of the run after doing the toe wake back to back and its reverse, and that will probably be the next big trick that Reese Bloyer will probably learn going forwards. Reese Bloyer, who comes to us from Minnesota, so skiing at her home state nationals. Reese Bloyer, who has 2 older brothers who ski at this level as well. Coming to us out of Lake Elmo in Minnesota, and we'll be making her approach very, very soon for pass number 2. It's going to be Reese Bloyer, skiing behind the Correct Craft Nautique towboat. Our final skier, our second to last skier in girls 4. Reese Bloyer going through the motions here with the line tricks, almost stepping with the foot first rather than hitting the line tricks with the knee and then following over with the foot. Some surface 5s, wake back and wake 5 front. Very, very light, very, very nimble skier, and Reese Bloyer, wonderfully executed effort there. No two ways about it. She's definitely on fire, Reese Bloyer. Yeah, steps with her foot first on that one. That's how she originally learned the trick, and that habit continues on to this day. Except the tricks that she learned around it appeared to be a little bit more intricate. Reese Bloyer. Nicely done. I love to see these tricks here. Wonderfully fluid, accurate, credit-worthy. Like that one. There's the 5 front there that almost disguised itself as a wake back-to-back, but she had enough rotation and enough air to make the trick credit-worthy, at least from my perspective anyway. But a solid effort there. And now we're going to go to our next athlete. The next athlete should be Alexi Abelson. I saw her a few moments ago, but it looks like we're going on to our next skier, who is Michelle Baker. But here we go. We've got Alexi Abelson is on the water at this time, and we've picked up at the end point of that pass. All right. With the benefit of instant replay, we're able to give you the entirety of the 20-second pass that Lexi Abelson had in store for us. Lexi Abelson, who medaled in events over at the Rocky Mountain Pro about a week or so ago at the Lakes of Casting Stone in Predator Bay, Canada. And has also medaled at the U17 World Water Ski Championships. In this event especially, Lexi Abelson working her way through those toe tricks one at a time. Just set her in motion, and she really, very rarely comes up short. Lexi Abelson coming to us from New Hampshire. That's one of the locations that she skis at on a regular basis during the course of the season. Girls 4 tricks. Looking at the dock, we see our next batch of trickers, which is going to be a women's 3. Michelle Baker getting ready to go. Girls 4 tricks. Coming to us out of Holderness in New Hampshire. But like I've mentioned, or at least alluded to, she tricks, competes, and practices in places as diverse as Arizona and also in Central Florida as well. So Lexi Abelson, who has tricked north of 10,000 points in the past. Her personal best is I believe 10,030, if my memory serves me right, from the Rocky Mountain Pro. So PB in there in recent times, and has backed that up with point scores of 97.40 and 94.8, 94.90 in an event as diverse as the Ski Fluid Classic and the Swiss Pro Tricks. And an overall threat always. All getting into a little bit of difficulty there with the Waco into wrap there. There is the mode back-to-back. There's its reverse. 800 points for each one. There's another 800-point flip and another. 3,200 points just from those 4 tricks alone. But getting a little bit bogged down towards the end there with that 550-point flip, the flip twist from back to front. But a really skilled effort there, and even though she fell towards the end there, the points that she would have totted up should be enough to give her the lead score out of this division. Yeah, that's where she had the problem here. Wake 5 back, inverted. Not going in the direction of travel to do that particular trick. Instead, learn it spinning in the opposite direction here. And getting into all kinds of trouble here, even though she was able to knock these flips down. There's the front flip, the second one. There she goes for the flip twist back, which is 750 points. And then the flip twist front, which is 550. But a good solid effort there. Probably not one of her better trick scores of the season, mind you, but it's enough for the win here, at least in Girls 4. Michelle Baker. This is women's free tricks. Women's free tricks has a total of 13 competitors. And getting those surface O's situated, and I think she'll take that towards the end and get ready for pass number 2. That is Michelle Baker. So Michelle Baker, who has averaged just a little bit shy of 400 points coming into these national championships. Coming to us out of Michigan. Okay, so coming to us out of the Wolverine State, although I'm sure there are some folks out there that have allegiances towards the other major college within Michigan will have something to say about that. This is Michelle Baker. Getting her head down a little bit there, and she was about a split seconds away from being able to fully recover from that move, but no such luck, unfortunately, there for Michelle Baker as we move right along to our next competitor. We see her up on the screen, and it is Kristen Morgan. So, coming to us from the shores of Lake Tahoe in California, this now is Kristen Morgan. Looks like she's opted for a somewhat slower boat speed and using the wakeboard here. There's the side slide and its reverse. There's the back and the front. Now she goes for the surface 360. And the surface O reverse. Surface. She tries to go for the 5s. Or stop. There you go. You're good. There you go. That is Kristen Morgan. Able to knock down a few tricks at the beginning and leaving enough enough room to do some more moves, maybe with pass number 2, but she's going to get dropped at the opposite end of the lake before she goes back in. So Kristen Morgan out of the Golden State that is California. All right, then, here we go. Coming in on pass number 2, Kristen Morgan. Wearing a rather colorful outfit, I do have to say. Wearing that amount of coloring, it should be illegal in 48 states. But it works. Stop. Why are you asking her to stop? I mean, she could be spinning all the way from here back to the dock if she really wanted to. But she knocks down her 2 20-second runs. All right, so she's in good shape. So, Kristen Morgan. And wearing a little yellow sash on her forward leg there. That would be the right leg to indicate that that when that yellow piece of cloth is closest to the boat, that would be her designated front position. So right there, she was backwards. Now that she's forwards. Edging across the top of the wake. There we go, from back to front across the top of the wake. Okay, Sarah Verlander with 2 trick skis. Surface O reverse. Does she go for the 5 back? Yes, now repositions herself for the back-to-backs. Oh, not a bad effort there, I would have to say there. So, I mean, we've had a whole variety of stuff here. We've had toe tricks, we've had flips, had tricks mostly on one ski. We've had pairs of skis, we've had wakeboards. You've seen it all here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships in the tricks event. Sarah Verlander. So contributing a best point score of 650 points. Hailing out of Ohio in the city of Urbandale. and competing in women's 3. She also competed in a couple of IWWF title events, or actually competed in the first round and the final in each of those events over at the IWWF Pan Am Senior Water Ski Championships in the previous calendar year of 2025, but would still count as a score in the 2026 tournament season, which actually ended at around about the same time as the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We are officially in the 2027 tournament season as of these championships, and any other tournaments that are sanctioned and organized beyond this date all the way through to this time next year when the 85th Goode Water Ski National Championships will take place. Anything from this point onwards to there would be regarded as 2027. Oh man, the 80s called. They want their outfits back. Oh, and going down on a surface O there on one ski. Elected to do 2 skis on the opening pass and followed it up with some tricks on the second run. We'll be anxious to see what the point scores are. And speaking about point scores, let's see if I can throw out some point scores here for you. All right. Out of the point scores that we've received so far for girls 4 tricks and as published on waterskiresults.com, Natalie Gustafsson currently has the lead with 27.20. Elena Gao with 22.90. Adae Harden with 19.50. Lucy Spatafor with 11.40. June Phillips with 1,080. Kayla Mika with 1,050. And Tia Byrne with 290. How many more results do we have? Well, 3 more results. Josephine Snape and Reese Bloyer, alongside Lexi Abelson. We'll wait those three sets of results to come in just a few moments. In the meantime, we have Amy Threlkeld. Side slide and reverse back, and Amy Threlkeld. These are some surface spins. Oh, and losing her balance there on the start of that 5 front. And just losing axis towards the end as a result. But it's a good, solid pass. Nothing too intricate yet. Women's 3 tricking. Amy Threlkeld. All right, so looked fairly decent, except for the fall at the end, of course. All right, we've also got some other point scores on being submitted as well for men's 4 tricks, and these are round off the results. So your presumptive winner with 25-30 points is Tom Kavanagh. I did mention that that it's going to be very, very close and very, very tight at the top, and that is evidenced by that point score ahead of Chris Sylvie, who tricked 23.70 for second place. Ryan Ripley with 21.70 for third. Jason Weber with 19.70 for fourth. And David Spatterford taking the fifth and final podium position with 1,540. Brian Ansell on 8.20 and Ryan Mallett with 5.70 round off the results in that event. All of these results are available on waterskiresults.com, waterskiresults.com. Amy Thraukild. Toe back. And going down on the toe front. Way too early there on that second and final run. Amy Thraukild. So looked like she had a halfway reasonably performed opening pass, but on the second run, her challenge for a high point score just ended right there for her, unfortunately. So Amy will swim into shore and leave the way clear for Bridget Albertson. So coming to us from Medina in the land of 10,000 lakes that is Minnesota. Actually, she comes to us from it says Minnesota here for Bridget Anderson, but one or two tournaments she competed in were in the Maryland State Championships. I don't think she scored a placement in that because she was out of region. But anyway, this is Bridget Albertson. This is Bridget Albertson on the water right now. Those are the wake tricks. Getting a little bit more air on the reverse front. Tried the wake back to back, but just stuffing the tail into the wake on her path to get that trick situated. So that is Bridget Anderson. All right then, so we're working our way through this event. The women's 3 tricks national championship still continuing on here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, being brought to you by some great sponsors and support, especially from the residents and the homeowners here at the Trophy Lakes Estates of 3. And alongside those cats, we've got support from the likes of OJ Props and visit centralflorida.com. In our commercial village, we have the likes of HOD3, Radar Conley. We also have representation from Masterline, the official tow ropes of these 84 Good Water Ski Nationals, along with our towboat suppliers, Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique. And, of course, the title sponsor of these national championships is Goode Carbon Technologies. So Bridget Albertson getting ready for a second and final pass, I believe. Right. Wearing a very, very bright pink. Bridget Albertson. Toe back and toe front. And getting a little bit skittish there with the toe wake back. Just couldn't land it in sufficient enough balance to attempt any other trick beyond that point. So she started off with the toe side and then went toe back and toe front. And just didn't really commit herself enough to getting that ski over the crest of the wave and find some flatter water for her to balance on. Landed right at the top of the slope, and it came crashing down as a result. All right, there, Heather Rose is next. All right, here we go, folks. This is Heather Rose. Setting the boat speed. The skiers have full autonomy over the speed that they choose to use for each 20-second run. They also have autonomy on the boat that they want to use, the length of line, the type of ski. And they can change each one, with the exception of the towboat, at the end of the first pass. So, for example, here Heather Rose, who was able to stand up, would be pulled out towards the right-hand side of the boat, and can give her her original ski and to the passenger in the boat and change it up for something different, or shorten or lengthen the line and change the boat speed up or down. The boat speed can actually be altered halfway through the run itself with just a simple command from the observer in the towboat, who is typically a friend or associate of theirs. The object of the game is to get as many points as possible, and the skiers have a lot of control as to how they get that done. All right, here we go. This is Heather Rose. Heather Rose out of Minnesota, from Mound in Minnesota, and getting through about halfway through the run. but not the other half, unfortunately, there for her. That is Heather Rose here at the Women's 3 National Trick Championship here at the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 as part of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Here is Nina Daly. Wake back to back and wake front. Reverse wake back and reverse wake front. I'll go as a vicious pull there in trying to execute the wake 5 front. So there's the back and the front, the reverse back and the reverse front. Now, if you guys and girls out there are wondering about the points for each of these tricks as they're assigned, one of the more recent tools to come into existence is something called a Tricks Ski Calc, which is an app which you can find on Android and an Apple. And using that app, you can even score the runs as they progress as well. Big shout out has to go to the authors who developed this app, Jake Artang and Calvin DeBellis. So if you want to have a little bit of fun with the scoring for each trick on each pass, you're more than welcome to as you continue to watch the efforts from each of our competitors here. So, working our way back towards the tricking area. Okay, here comes the Nina Daly, who comes to us from the Lone Star State of Texas. Toe tricks, toe back, toe front, toe side, surface O, surface O reverse. Okay, so based upon what I saw right there, using the Trick Ski Calc app, should have scored around about 420 points on that particular run. But let's have a look at it once again. Toe back and toe front. Each of those is 100 points apiece. Then she goes for the toe side. Whether that's credit or not doesn't matter at this point. Then she goes for the O, which is 90 points. Then she gets 90 points for that. The reverse O, and the line back, step line back, which she fell on. So 510 points for that particular effort on the second pass, and that was done using the Trick Ski Calc app, which is available on Android or or apple. Michelle Bucher is on the water right now. Coming to us out of Michigan, I believe. Couple of side slides at the end. Wonderful stuff there for Michelle Bucher. Who contributed an average of 1,400 points. Okay, so scoring north of about 600 points there for this effort here so far. Michelle Bucher, who indeed actually comes to us from Indiana, from Syracuse, where she skis at a facility that hosts a multi-generational water ski family in the form of the Buchers. Married into that family, of course. So let's go with some toe tricks. Okay, so let's see what she does with this. Toe back, toe front, toe side. There you go, wake 5 front. Travels across the wake for the Waco, and there you go. Good skiing there. Doesn't know how she got through that pass, but the main thing is that she did. And feeling pretty good about herself right now. That is Michelle Bucher. So we're down to about our last 6 competitors in the women's free. So having a little bit of difficulty getting the foot out of the toe strap, but continued on regardless. Went for the surface 7, which she got. Then she had something else planned towards the end, a Waco. And then she knocked down the reverse as well. And around about that time, she threw the fist and she started celebrating. So well done there, Michelle Bucher. Laura Burdick in women's 3 is coming into the course right here and now. Here is Laura. Positions to the back. Wake front and wake back. A couple of side slides here and there. There's back and front, reverse back, reverse front. Positions there for the back to back. Surface 5 back, returns to the front. Surface, she attempts the O and does that, and the O reverse. So wonderful skiing there. Now let's see if we can pick apart this run if we can. So the first few tricks, 160 points as she winds it on in. Tricking north of about 700 or 800 points by the time that she gets to this point right here. Bouncing up and down a little bit there, and keeping a good close eye on the rope and the handle, and yeah, getting the job done. Getting it done there with the first pass. Let's see what she does with the second and final pass. I would imagine that it would start with toe tricks. So Michelle Buka, who comes to us from Brighton in Michigan, comes into these national championships with a best season score of 1,670 points. We're less than 6 gears away from ending off women's 3 competition in the tricks events. Toe back and toe front, toe side reverse, foot out of the toe strap. Surface O, no, she goes for the 5 back. There you go, she adds some points there. There you go, great skiing there for Laura Burdick, who comes into this competition with a whole family of skiers, including her husband, Cale Burdick, who's won his fair share of pro-level water ski slalom events over the years. So working away from trick to trick, and kind of ran out of tricks at the end, or was in a bit of a quandary, wondering what to do. Shannon Chapman is now coming into course here. Wake back and wake front. Going from trick to trick here at a pretty good, pretty high clip here. Side slides at the end, knocking it down. So we're going to have a look at the instant replay and see if we can find out what a point score is going to be. Back and front. Reverse back and reverse front. Back to back. Reverse back to back. Wake back and wake front. So by about this point, she's tricking just a little ways short of about 600 points, as she works her way to about maybe about 800 or an 800 or 900 points here by the time that she knocks down the 2 side slides. Yep, she looks in very, very good shape at that point. Okay, so Shannon Chapman. Let's see what her best is. Shannon Chapman, who is a skier out of the Midwest, out in Rockville in Indiana. Trying to get the toe sides away. There's the toe wake back and the toe wake front. Surface O reverse. All right, some pretty successful trick skiing we've got going on right here, right now with our last few competitors. I'm really impressed among our women's 3 competitors. We're now From about Laura Burdick onwards, we're down to the top 5 seeds coming into this event. As we get ready for our next competitor, it should be Camille Tyler. Toe back and toe front. Toe side. The reverse toe side. Toe wake back. And toe wake front. By about that point, she'd tricked 760 points. Surface O. Reverse surface O. A side and the reverse, and that completes the run. And that pass by itself is 1,020 points, using the Trick Ski Cow Cap, which is available on Android or on our Apple Store. Check it out. I'm sure the developers would love to see a surge in downloads for that particular app, as we see Camille Tyler coming into the course. Couple of toe sides here, toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Oh, and tried the reverse toe back, but unfortunately coming up just a little way short on that. So we'll try and gather up some information here on Camille Tyler, who lives out in Palm Bay in Central Florida. Toe side and toe side reverse to get things going. The first two tricks, the toe side and its reverse, would total about 260 points by themselves. So always a very, very sprightly start with those two relatively simple toe tricks. Camille Tyler in a little bit of bother right now, falling about halfway through the tricks that she had allocated for toes on pass number 1. Camille Tyler's point scores coming into this event in the Houston Cadillac Florida State Championship. She scored 1,700 points. And so far as Houston Cadillac is concerned, it's one of our season-long sponsors on TWBC. So we thank Tim Houston and the good folks there at Houston Cadillac for their continued support. Okay, we're down to our last 3 competitors in the women's free competition. We've got Camille Tyler out in the water. Then we've got Madeline Vigleitner from, I think also from the southern region as well. I'll double check on that. But skier who I know is from the south central region is Laura Mallets, and she will be last off the dock. So here we go. Time is almost 10 o'clock in the morning here in Minnesota. Central Daylight Time. Going through some relatively straightforward wake spins here. Some wake back-to-backs to follow on here. Line back, line front. Side slides at the end, and she's happy about that run. But if she was, she'd be even happier if she'd have gotten through the tricks that she had allocated for herself on pass number 1. So that is Camille Tyler from Lake Wales in Central Florida. We'll have a look at this again via the instant replay. There's a wake front there. A wake back. Just trying to maintain a posture here whilst trying to increase the tempo to get these tricks completed within the allocated 20 seconds. 20 seconds isn't an awful lot of time to get these tricks down. There's a wake back to back, and she went on to complete the remaining tricks on her pass. This is Madeline Wiegleitner. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface O. There you go. Nicely done. These women's free trickers are absolutely on fire today. Knocking everything down that they throw out there for themselves. We'll get some official point scores and semi-official point scores coming through in a moment. A back, surface back to back, and it's reverse. Already with those first few tricks, 240 points, and still has plenty more in the tank here with pass number 1. Then she goes towards the wake for the wake back to backs. But they're just passing the handle across the back there, making sure that they don't throw the handle. Always a temptation to try and spin quicker than you can pass the rope. And in a lot of instances, whenever you throw the handle almost exclusively, the handle comes away and you have that rather sinking feeling. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We are down to our final 2 competitors in women's 3 tricks. Madeline Wiegleitner. There you got the specifications so far as the boat speed and what she intends on doing. Toe back and toe front, toe side, toe wake back and toe wake front, reverse toe back, there you go, standing up as well. We are going through these trick skiers very, very rapidly indeed. I'll tell you what. So let's make a quick calculation here. Let's make a quick calculation. We're absent about 4 skiers. The total up to this point would be about 44 competitors. So we're done through 40 competitors in in 3 hours. 40 competitors, 3 hours. So that's 13 an hour. So we're going at a rate of about 13 skiers an hour, which is very, very high clip. I don't think we've ever witnessed an event, at least not in the tricks event, anyway, that we've gone this quickly. They're just that good, folks. All right then. So now we're down to our final skier in women's 3.
No, it's 11.
We've got Lauren Mallett on the water now. We'll try and get you up to date with some scores as well as they become available. I suspect with the level of tricking that we're seeing right now, those trick scores will probably take a little bit of a while to calculate. Here we go, Lauren Mallets. There's the wake-o, wake back, wake front, back, wake back-to-back, wake back-to-back reverse, surface back-to-backs, side slides, wake back, wake 5 front. So Lauren Mallett, who comes to us from San Antonio in Texas. Lauren Mallett, who's tricked north of 1,900 points in the South Central Regionals, and has backed that up with point scores of 1,600. So a pretty stout average coming in, about 1,900 to be precise. So Lauren Mallett's doing a grand job out there thus far, including including that 310-point trick, which is known as the Wake 5 front. So as Lauren Mallett rounds up women's 3, we're going to go into boys 1, and we're going to go in straight away with our first competitor. It's going to be Alexander Travers in his first ever National Water Ski Championship appearance. Okay, so let's see what Lauren Mallett's can do. Toe back and toe front, toe wake back, toe wake front. And going down pretty early, unfortunately, there. So that might have actually handed the national title to one of her competitors who were looking to see if Lauren Mallett could come away with the goods here. But unfortunately for Lauren Mallett, coming up short. So she's going to be dependent upon the point scores of that she produced on pass number 1. So falling on the toe wake front, signaling to the boat that she's okay. That's the good news, but unfortunately the bad news is that she's lost a whole ton of points as a result of that fall. So the National Women's 3 title could well go to someone rather unexpectedly. So let's have a look and see if we can load in some more trick scores coming through as we get ready for Alex Travers to make his debut in the National Championships. So Michelle Baker, 460 points. Sarah Vielander with 650 points. Amy Freikold with 780. Kristen Morgan with 820. Bridget Albertson with 980. And Heather Rose with 1,130 points. That is the latest score update via waterskiresults.com. Keep a tab of that open if you want to see the latest scores coming through, not only for the tricks events, but also for the jump event that will take place later on, and also for the slalom events that's currently taking place on the East Lake. Alexander Travers. Come on, Alex. What have you got? Sides. Oh, there you go. Side slide. Oh, it's a back. It's a back. Come on, go for the reverse, pal. Keep going, keep going. There you go. Good effort. And Alex still continuing to trick, though. Bless his cotton socks. Just make that turn around the island and we'll be in good shape here. Just trying to coax that ski round into a turn. Alex Travers, I don't know how old he is. So a skier in Boys 1, and the Boys 1 division contains competitors who are aged 9 or younger. And I'm probably going to edge towards saying younger than 9. All right, let's see what Alex Travers has in store for us here. All right, let's see what we've got here. There's the back and the front. Can he do the reverse? Yeah, there you go. Come on, get the reverse. Come on, go, go, go. Good effort there. His debut at the National Championship. The eldest son of Natalia and Jonathan Travers. This is where it all starts, folks. When they're this young at the National Championships. There you go. Ooh, a good little recovery there with the rope. So, I don't know how slow the boat speed was, but it wasn't exactly at a high clip, that much I can tell you. So well done there, Alexander Travers. The next generation has made its presence felt here at the National Water Ski Championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. And I'm sure that Jack and Leilani Travers were also watching in on this coverage as well on the West Lake, as their grandson makes his debut here at the Nationals. All right. So we've got Jack Johnson about to take to the water as we go through the awards for men's 4 tricks. Tom Kavanagh, your winner in men's 4 tricks. I gave the scores out not too long ago. And you can actually look at the scores themselves or revisit the scores by going to waterskiresults.com. Oh, and by the way, for those of you wondering, Lexi Abelson is a non-placement skier in girls 4, but she tricked 93 10 points. We have the point scores in its totality for girls 4 tricks. Reese Bloyer, your national champion, with 3,700 points, followed by Josephine Snape with 3,030, Natalie Gustafsson with 2,720, Elena Gow with 2,290, and rounding off your top 5 is Adai Harden with 1,950. We'll go through the remaining scores in just a moment. This is Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson, I believe, from Elkins in Arkansas, which makes him a skier from the South Central region. And as we look at the instant replay for him, I'll let you know that Lucy Spatafora tricked 1,140 points. June Phillips with 1,080. Kayla Mika with 1,050. Tia Byrne with 210 points. Some more point scores have come through. Heather Rose is the current leader in women's free tricks. We've just gotten done with that event, but we're still getting scores in for those individuals. Heather Rose, who has just been usurped by Nina Daly. Nina Daly with 1,270 points. Heather Rose with 1,130. Bridget Albertson with 980. Kristen Morgan 820. Amy Fraukild with 780 points. Michelle Bucher with 730. Sarah Vielander with 650. And Michelle Baker on 460. Those scores coming to you courtesy of waterskiresults.com. All right, skier on the water at this time is Jack Johnson. All right, here we go with Jack Johnson. Okay, so Jack Johnson getting in a little bit deep with some of these tricks. Worked his way hard to get to this point. All right, so Jack Johnson, just trying to pull up the information on him. Comes into this event averaging 190 points. His best score of the season is 200, so not too far away from that mark. As we look around the dock area, we'll see Jackson Sharkey about to take to the water. He'll be next behind the Mastercraft Pro Star. One of our towboat partners, the Mastercraft Boat Company out of Vonore in Tennessee. We thank them alongside Malibu and Nautiques for providing us with the nest boats necessary to make these championships a success. Jackson Sharkey coming up next.
To get to either LA, Sacramento, or Phoenix, it's gonna be at least like 20 hours. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing is they that might make it there. Connections? But normally, like, that happens.
Okay, we're just waiting on our skier to make his appearance here. Jackson Sharkey from Mishawaka in Indiana, who has tricked 320 points in every single tournament this season. And we'll see what he can do now here at the Nationals. Therefore, his average is 320. All right, so let's see. Pretty slow boat speed here. Oh, and going down a little bit early there towards the middle portion of the run. Jackson Sharkey. Yeah, knocking down some tricks here with some surface back-to-backs here. Oh, and just needed to be a little bit more aggressive with the edge, and so the boat didn't pull him into the water on that particular run. Jackson Sharkey. There you go, being offered some some dish soap in order to try and get his foot a little bit, little easier into the binding. Jackson Sharkey getting some advice and some coaching here by his nominated observer, coach, pin person, all of the above. So the tricks that he scored is actually 320 points based upon 2 side slides, a back and a front and a reverse back and a reverse front. Now, I think he actually did some back-to-backs beyond the scope of what he just did there. Now, if he did the 2 back-to-backs and he had them scored within 20 seconds before he fell, that first pass would be 500 points. Composed of a side slide and its reverse, 40 points each. Back and a front, reverse back and reverse front, 60 points each. And then he went into the surface back-to-back and the surface back-to-back reverse, and each one of those is 90. So increasing the difficulty and the challenge for each trick as he performs it. And I mean, whatever points that I give out and under this scenario here is purely speculation, of course, based upon my calculations using the Trickski Calc, which is an app which was produced by Jake Artang and Calvin DeBellis, both of those cats out of Wisconsin. And I think they actually were collegiate skiers. They either are or were collegiate skiers for UW-Madison. So thanks to both of those cats, and if either one of those two want to message me on the live chat, you're certainly more than welcome to, as we continue on with the tricks event. Now, he's at 500 points already. Now, here comes Jackson Sharkey. Come on, kiddo. What has he got here? There's a side slide. He's done that. And he's done the reverse. He's done the back. He's done the front. He's done the reverse back and reverse front. So this is basically a carbon copy of what he's done before. There's surface back to back. All right, wake front. Wake front and wake back. So the total, if I'm scoring this right, is 660 points, with the addition of 160 points for the wake back to back and the wake back to back reverse. Or actually, as a scrub that, the actual addition of these two tricks. There's the position, there's the back-to-back, there's the back-to-back reverse, and he just edges up the top of the wake for the wake front, which is 80 points. And here is the wake back. Ah, yeah, smooth as you like there. So an additional 160 points goes his way on top of the first pass, which was 500, giving him a provisional total of 660 points. Well, that's significantly better than 320 points, the point score that he has as his top score and his average, because he's performed it in every single tournament right up until these nationals. So, skier on the water in boys 1. This is Dane Burdick. I wonder where he got the first name from. Dane Burdick, the son of Cale Burdick, Cale and Laura Burdick. We saw Laura a little bit earlier on in the competition in the women's free tricks. We're going to see Cale Burdick later on in this competition in the open men's slalom, I believe. Couple of side slides, a back and a front. Surface O. And going down on the surface O reverse. So side slide and reverse, back and front, surface O, 290 points so far. So getting the side slide and the reverse, the back and the front, deciding not to go with the reverse back, but instead going with a surface O. And that was the last scoring trick. Falling on the reverse, which would have been another 90 points. So he had 40 for each of the side slides. He had 60 for each of the backs. And then he had a 90 for the O, which gives him a grand total of 290 points at this stage and juncture. So, having fun with trick scoring. Who would have thought? So Dane Burdick. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape coming to us from Brighton in Michigan. His best score in this tournament season was 450 points in the Midwest Regionals. He scored that exact same total in Boys One Tricks. Here the towboat making its way towards the opposite end of the lake. That resplendent red Nautique. The 2026 version of the Red Baron. So we're on skier 4 of 14. So we got Dane Burdick, who comes to us out of the Wolverine state, and as I stated before, a few folks out there might have some objections to that moniker, but when I searched under nickname from Michigan, that's what it came up with. So apologies to all you Spartan fans out there over in East Lansing, Michigan. Okay, a side slide, same tricks again, back and front, positional to the back. Always going to try and go for the wake front here. There you go, wake front. So there you go, Dale Burdick there. So a total of another 80 points on top of what he'd already scored with 290, giving him a grand total of approximately 370 points. And he does the wake back as well, so we've got to add another 80 points on top of that. So 450 is the provisional total there for Dane Burdick. So that would go along nicely with his average and the best score that he's produced in this tournament season. So 450 points, right up there with his best two totals this season. All right, there. So we got Zachary Gal. So let's have a look and see what our next competitor in boys one tricks can throw down. There's the side slide. There's the reverse. Back and front and reverse. O reverse. And I don't think that he has anything left beyond what he's done so far in his 22nd run. So let's have a look at the instant replay again here for Zachary Gal. Coming into the course, he does the side slide, almost a little bit of an over rotation there, but we'll forgive him for that. Back and front. Reverse back. Doesn't do the reverse back, but goes with the two O's. So 380 so far. Had to re-grip the handle here. And he was thinking about doing a wake trick at that point, so if you want to agree with me with what we assessed were his tricks, 40 points for the side slide and its reverse, so 80 so far. Another 120 because he did the back and the front, 60 points apiece, and then 90 points for the O and the reverse O as he comes straight back into the course. Oh. So Zachary Goode or Gal, whichever is right, whichever one is correct. But we'll have a look at this. He started into the course backwards for a wake front. Wake front and I believe actually tried a wake back. So the point scored there is going to be around 460 points, their provisional score. Now, what I'm giving you as a result of using the Trixie Cow Cap is totally unofficial. It's done just for fun for you folks out there that want to follow along with the trick scoring. And if you want to download the app, it's completely free. You go to Android, the Android store, or the Google Play Store or the Apple Store and download the app. It's compatible with the iPhone and compatible with all of those wonderful Android devices that we all know to come and love with the tablets and what have you. Available on both of those devices, and big shout out to Jake and Calvin once again for their contributions in making this app generally available. And I certainly hope that when it comes time to updating it with the new point scores for the advanced tricks coming up soon, that they are still around to make the necessary updates and changes. Rhett Fillmore is now coming into the course. We'll have some official point score updates, semi-official anyway, using Waterski results for the feed. With the point score, there's a side slide, there's the reverse, there's the back and the front, reverse back, reverse front. 90 points comes up for the surface O, And here comes another 90 points if he can manage it, if he can do it. Oh, and he throws the handle round in anticipation of doing the reverse. So there we go. That is Rhett Fillmore. So what do we agree with here? We've got a side slide and the reverse, a back and the front, a reverse back and reverse front surface. So approximately 410 points on the opening pass there for Rhett Fillmore on the strength of the 7 tricks that he threw in for his opening pass. So a provisional total, at least from my standpoint here, is 410 points on the strength of the 7 tricks that he produced out there. So we're going to have Rhett Fillmore go back out onto the water. We've got 14 skiers. We're on skier number 7, so we are halfway done with boys 1 tricks. All right, we're waiting on the boat for Rhett Fillmore to come back in. Okay, so apparently it's not Rhett Fillmore at all. It's Jax Fitz. Okay, so here is a Rhett Fillmore. He comes in backwards. He tries the wake front, which I think that he gets. We're on the side of... Okay, so that's the surface O, which is already done, and he tried to do the reverse. So the one trick that I would say he probably scored on is the 80 points that would be awarded for a wake front, giving him a grand total of 490 points. Again, I want to re-emphasize that anything that I call on the basis of using the trick ski cow cap is completely unofficial. We have our officials scoring each of these runs retroactively using SD cards and being delivered to a quiet, dark room below the judges' position. So that's where the official scores will come from. But the points that I'm giving you, courtesy of the trick ski cow cap, is completely unofficial. I mean, so unofficial, it's not even funny. And even the results coming through on water ski results, they list as a disclaimer right at the very top. These scores are unofficial. All right then, so let's go through some of the point scores for the women's three tricking competition. We still have some point scores coming through, but Laura Burdick is in the lead with 10 points. We've got Chase Mallets on the water right now. Here is Chase Mallets, just trying to get settled in here. I don't know what. Okay, he's just past the red buoy, a side and a reverse. Back and front. Oh, he positions himself nicely there and goes into the surface back-to-backs, which are 80 points apiece. 90 points apiece, I beg your pardon. Going in for the wakes. He's really, really aggressive towards the end there, and he had to be because the wake would have swallowed him up had he have let the boat pull him into the wakes without any kind of intervention as far as he's concerned. But there you go. All right, side slide and reverse. Right there. Back and front. Reverse back, reverse front. Back, surface back to back, and the reverse. Fantastic effort here. Look at this. So wake back and wake front and the reverses of each one. 820 points so far from my perspective. The only thing that was missing on that pass, unless I missed it, of course, were the surface O's that he probably has up his sleeve. Chase Mallett's on the water right now, coming to you out of San Antonio in Texas. Here he comes. Let's see what he has left to do. Okay. Surface O's. Yes, he gets them out the way. Oh, look at this. He's throwing in some multiple degrees of spin here. Oh, goes for the 7 front. Oh, there you go. Fantastic effort there for Chase Mallett. Let's see if we can break apart this run and conjure up a score. Let's go through each of these tricks on the instant replay as he celebrates. Yeah, you celebrate, man. Give it some. Here we go. Let's break this down. Side slide, which he'd already done. Surface O. And reverse. Managing to stay on track there. A 5 back. And a back and a 5 back reverse. So already up to this point, he's tricked a little bit north of 1,000 points here. And then he does the front and the 7 front as well. So he could be tricking north of about 1,250 points here. So wonderful skiing there from Chase Mallett. Might have gone closer to 1,400 points had he have produced the 7 reverse. But great skiing there from that young man from San Antonio in Texas. That is Chase Mallett. Okay, we got Connor Rose. Okay, here is Connor Rose. There's the back and the front, reverse back and reverse front. Now he's trying to attack the wake here. Oh, when he goes down, unfortunately there for Connor Rose. Okay, so Connor Rose, who is tricked as high as 1,150 points via the regionals. So he started off with back and front and reverse back and reverse front. Did the surface O and he didn't do the reverse though, so he's stuck at around about 330 points so far, having completed 5 tricks: the back and the front, the reverse back and reverse front, and then did one of these 2 surface O's. So it looks like we're getting some more points coming through. Madeline Wiegleitner is currently in the lead and could well have snagged herself a national women's free trick title with a score of 2350, 2,350. Laura Burdick with 1,410, and just 10 points behind her is Lauren Mallett. Camille Tyler with 1360, and Shannon Chapman rounding off the top 5 provisionally in women's 3 tricks with her score of 1,310 points. Those are the point scores that I have received for women's 3. I beg your pardon. All right then, folks. Good afternoon, or rather good morning. Well, it's afternoon somewhere, I'm guessing. It's nearly 11 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, August the 12th, 2026. Coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes, and the birthplace of water skiing. So, Connor Rose. Oh, it's going to be toe tricks. Watch out. Was that a toe side or was that a toe back? I'm erring on the side of generosity here. Surface O. There you go. He positions himself to the back and he tries the back-to-back, but to no avail. So he adds 200 additional points by way of doing the toe back and the toe front, and then he went in for the surface O. And then he positioned himself to the back, but he would not score the surface O because he'd done the initial version of that trick as part of run number 1, and the rules dictate that if you intend to do the reverse, then it's got to be done immediately after the completion of the regular one. There's the surface O. Oh, goes for the surface 5 back. I've got to add that one in. So there we go. Okay, so a point score somewhere approximating 710 points could well be going his way, but we'll see what the point scores are going to be going forwards as we look at John Bolf coming in on his first of 2 20-second runs. Here comes John Balfour. Okay, coming into this competition with an average of a little over 1,700 points. Trying to keep his body position in relation to the ski very hunched over. But if that's what he needs to do to control the ski, who am I to argue against it? So there we go. That is John Balfour on pass number 1. Okay, a side slide and the reverse. Back and front, reverse back, reverse front. Back, wake front, wake back. Back to back and front. Going to go for the surface O here and the reverse. But unfortunately, the reverse will not score because he fell on it. So what I'm looking at is a total of 660 points on pass number 1. So around 660 points we're looking at on pass number 1, courtesy of John Balfour. All right, so we are on skier number 10 of 14. John Balfour, who has averaged 1,700 points. His best score of the season is at the Greater Midwest Open, where he tricked 1,890 points. Might be a little bit short of that mark based upon what we've seen so far of him. So let's see what he has to go with. Toe tricks. Okay, what does he do first? A toe side slide, reverse toe side slide, toe back, toe front, out of the toe, line back and line front. Still tries to do some O's at the end as some cover tricks for something that he might have missed before. But a good recovery there on pass number 2. So let's have a look and see where things started to unravel a little bit there for him. He did the toe back and toe front. Everything looked pretty good there for him. Getting his foot out of the toe strap, line back and line front. Positioned himself to the back and then produced a 90-point effort there with the wake back to back. Did the surface O. And tried the reverse. All right now, so let's move on from John Balfour. John Balfour is our 5th seeded national competitor. We now bring on our 4th seeded national competitor. In boys 1 tricks, it's going to be Asher Boyd, coming to us from Tomball in Texas. toe tricks he's going to start off with first. Toe back and toe front. Roll, reverse toe back and reverse toe front. Toe side. Reverse. Oh, he's going to go with toe back-to-backs now. Now over the wake. Oh, yeah, nicely done here. Good opening run there of some highly skilled toe tricks. And now he's going to go on to a slightly easier pass, which will involve his handle run. So let's work one by one. Toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back and reverse toe front. Toe side and reverse. Reverse toe back. And the toe back to back. And it's reverse. So working his way neatly with the toe tricks. Toe wake back and toe wake front. So nicely done there with the opening run there, and that opening pass, if I'm scoring this correctly using the app, the Trixie Calc app, the point score. I mean, not bearing in mind how long it took to do the first pass of tricks, mind you, but that doesn't take that into account. But 1,360 points on the opening pass, so he's well on his way here. All right, so here comes Asher Boyd. Coming on in with pass number 2. Let's see how he gets along. There's the position or to the back, which will be scored as a back. Wake back-to-backs and surface back-to-backs. Back to the back position there. Keeping it going there. Asher Boyd. He's on his way towards being able to get through both 20-second runs. Yes, absolutely. Skiing like a rock star out there. There we go. That is Asher Boyd. So the first trick he produced was a back, and he went in for the wake back-to-back, and then he'll come back for the reverse. Then the wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Wake front. And wake back. So looking at each of these tricks, wonderfully created here. Even throws a 180 towards the back there. I think that might have been a cheeky attempt at a side slide as well. But the point score that I'm looking at here is somewhere around 980 points, giving them a grand total of 2340. Which is well in excess of his average. And now we're going to go on to his brother, Brady Boyd. Okay, so we're on to our third national seed, our third-ranked national seed, Brady Boyd. we'll try and get you some point scores as and when they come through. From what I'm seeing so far, with 2,340 points, is a pretty decent run there for Asher Boyd. Brady Boyd, let's see what he can do with the 2 passes that he has at his disposal. I'm probably thinking that it's going to be almost a carbon copy of his brother's run, but then again, I could be wrong, of course. All right, let's see what Brady Boyd can do. Coming in with toe tricks to start things off. Just trying to get a sense. There's the toe back and toe front. Exactly the same start. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Toe side, toe side. Toe back to back, toe doesn't bulks out on the reverse toe surface back to back, but launches himself out there with the toe wake back and front. Controls it well towards the end. So that is Brady Boyd, looking a little bit untidy towards the end though, but he got the tricks that he wanted to. Okay, so toe back and toe front right here. The reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe side. Looking at him go with the reverse toe side. Toe back to back. Look at him go through these tricks. By about that point, he's tricking over 1,000 points as a result of that run. All right, here we go, folks. Now let's have a look and see what a Brady Boyd can do. It's going to be hand tricks. The question is, are they going to be the same hand tricks? I think he may have lost a little bit of points in comparison to his brother at this point due to that ending of pass number 1. Back, wake back to back, and it's reverse. Look at how he sequenced this run. Fantastic skiing here. Wake back, surface, spins. Oh yes, and both of them stand up their runs. The brothers Boyd coming through in the clutch. What is he going to do here? Is he going to go for the backflip? Oh, you got to give that to him. You know, some big ups there for showmanship. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface back to back, and it's reverse. Wake front. So scoring the way through this run here. So scoring upwards of over 2,000 points, I'm projecting here for Brady Boyd going forwards. These are my projections, of course. They're not rooted in any kind of officialdom, so it's my attempt to try and get you some live scoring going on with this Boys One Tricks event. As we now work our way down to our final two competitors, Remy Lee. Coming to us from Idaho, from Meridian in Idaho. A skier that has gone 2450 points in the past. Toe back and toe front. Probably one of our taller skiers in this event. Oh my word, and going down about 2/3 the way down his opening pass of toe tricks there. So Remy Lee, who comes into this event with a personal best score of 2450. Toe O to start. Toe wake back and toe wake front to follow. Toe back and toe front. Does he attempt the reverse toe back? He did, but unfortunately wasn't able to ski away from it. So far, he's on 700 points right now. The projected score on the opening pass. Toe wake back, toe wake front, toe back, and toe front are the tricks that I've identified that he has scored with potentially. Now, if you added a toe side and it's reversed, then that point score is revised upwards from 700 to 960. So, Remy Lee. Day 4 coverage on the West Lake. Okay, a boat working its way down the opposite end of the lake. Remy Lee, I'm sure that he's pretty much been made aware of the situation that exists. Coming up short of 1,000 points on the opening pass, leaves him with a tall order to do here to get himself back into contention so far as the top 5 on the podium, let alone the potential for the win. Oh, Waco, and even then, keeping it going, trying to keep the tempo up here. I know that he is a little bit disappointed with that first pass, but that can't spill over too much into the second run. And there you go. That is Remy Lee completing it's a second and final 20-second pass, and we'll wait to see the score when it comes through. So turning backwards here after positioning himself for the wake front. and trying to get all the tricks that he wanted to in. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Now he goes in for the line trick there. Wake line back. And line front and wake and line back before heading across the back of the boat over the wake once again. Again, his foot in the back binding, but by about that time, it's just barely enough to get the two side slides that he had allotted for himself towards the end of that run. So that's Remy Lee, our penultimate skier in this event. Okay, so it looks like Jonathan Davis for some... All right, then. So we're looking at the Mastercraft towboat, the Stars and Stripes, and we're going to get ready for Jonathan Davis to come into the course. Jonathan Davis with 2,200 points as his best average. All right, then. So what can Jonathan Davis do? The top 5 or so competitors very, very equally matched in terms of their scores that they bring into these national championships, both as their personal bests and also their season-long average. So it is going to be one of the closest tricking events you'll probably ever be witness to during these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're at the final skier in boys 1 tricks. The final competitor, we have got Jonathan Davis. Just trying to get into a bit of a tempo here. All right, here we go. Here comes Jonathan Davis. Might need to remind him that he's here to trick. Back, wake front, wake back. Wake back reverse. Setting himself up for the surface back-to-backs. Line back and line front. Oh, nailing down the wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Fantastic skiing there. Now the judges are really going to have to stay focused on this one as they pull this run apart. So started off backwards and then worked his way towards the front. Looking at each of these tricks, going one at a time. The sequencing looks pretty solid. Some side slides over towards the end. then knocks that weight back down. Now the thing with the boat being as slow as that it is the wakes do tend to flatten off to where there's hardly a crest at the top of the wake, which kind of makes the whole process of turning the top of the wake to get air to get the trick marked accurately, or at least to get them credit worthy, is a little difficult to say the least. But these are skiers that are aged 9 and under. They are the future of the sport, folks. So get behind them. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 facility in Center City in Minnesota. The birthplace of water skiing in this state, Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. All right, here comes Jonathan Davis, his second and final pass. Now let's see what he's got. He's got toe tricks. He likes the speed. There's the toe side. There's the reverse. There's the back. There's the front. Here's the reverse back, I believe. There we go, reverse back, reverse front. Reverse back position. Oh, and he tried to go for the surface back-to-back, but he's fine, though. So solid effort there from one of our younger skiers in this competition in Boys 1, Jonathan Davis. Coming to us out of Connecticut, from Milford, Connecticut. Going through each of these tricks one at a time, just being patient here. Tried to coil himself into a frenzy there with the reverse toe back positional, and then went in for the surface toe back to back. But there you go. That is Jonathan Davis. All right, we're now going to go from Boys 1 to Boys 5, from one extreme of the age divisions in the youth competition to the other. Wyatt Bucher. All right, here we go. This is Wyatt Bucher. Qualifies for these national championships, averaging 1,200 points. Two surface 5 backs. One surface 5 front. And here's the reverse, and he drops the handle. Okay, there's the back and the front. Reverse back and reverse front, of course, to complement that trick. This is a Wyatt Bucher coming to us out of Syracuse in Indiana. Now Boys 5, in complete contrast to Boys 1. Now Boys 1 is 9 years of age and under. Boys 5 is 17 years of age and under. Okay, so as we look out and see Bobby Magnus get ready for his effort out there in the Tricks event behind the resplendent red Baron version of the new craft Nautique ski Nautique towboat. We see Wyatt Bucher come into the course with another example of that fine towboat constructed, manufactured by Correct Craft. One of our 3 partner towboat companies, Mastercraft and Malibu, the other 2, of course. Wyatt Bucher just working his way cagily here. Surface O reverse, and all the way to the end. So, the Gateway to College, Boys 5, continues to bring on some great competitive action. We have Wyatt Bucher. So Boys 5 right now. We have on the water Bobby Magnus. So Bobby Magnus, what does he have here? Oh, a 720-degree spin there in the middle. Goes, oh, nicely done with the Waco. Oh, and he throws everything into that reverse Waco and taking in a big spill there towards the end there. The first Waco was as sweet as a nut. The second one, not so much. Continuing to entertain you across the nation and around the world. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota. My name is Tony Lightfoot. And it's good to see Bobby Magnus out there with the Surface O. Surface O reverse. Looking good here. And then he goes in, he busts out a Waco as if it were nothing. Now the Waco reverse, on the other hand, the more kick than the edge on that one, I would imagine. Okay, a Mastercraft towboat. It's part of our flotilla of finer water ski towboats. Getting ready for our next competitor, who should be Colton Hoops. But before him, we've got coming in Bobby Magnus. Wake back-to-backs, surface back-to-backs, surface 5 front, back and a surface 5 front reverse. Surface 5 back, surface 5 back, reverse, and on the reverse he goes down. All right, looks like we got the first set of points coming through for boys 1 tricks. So here they go, here they come in positional order first. Chase Mallets with 1,110 points. Connor Rose with 650. Zachary Gal with 500 points, same as Jackson Sharkey with 500 points. Rhett Fillmore with 410. Dane Burdick with 370. Jackson Johnson. Jack Johnson with 200 points, and Alex Travers with 160 points. Okay, so those points that are read out are a courtesy of waterskiresults.com. You can follow the event that way as well with the live scoring or the semi-live scoring. Colton Hoops. Keeping the handle very, very close here. Oh, there you go. Wake back-to-back and it's reverse. Surface O reverse, a couple of side slides. Yeah, there you go. Smashing it there. Pass number 1 was on fire right from the get-go here. There's the Waco. Tried to keep the handle fairly close. It did come out a little bit, but he had enough strength to be able to hold on to it. So, yeah, there you go. That is Colton Hoops. He's got his second and final pass to come in just a moment. All right, for those of you that are just joining us here with the West Side Lake coverage, this is the tricks and the jump events as part of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Colton Hoops. Plenty of slalom skiing going on the East Lake with that webcast going on. Colton Hoops with tricking. Toe wake front. Surface 5 back. Attempted to go for the surface 5 front, or at least the reverse, or he tried to get the positional down first, but he mixed one with the other, and whenever you're rushing to get tricks in, that's not always the best policy to observe. But there you go. That is Colton Hoops. Edging across the top of the wake. getting good sufficient lift there, and still being able to make the trick happen. Colton Hoops. All right, our next competitor up after Colton Hoops is going to be Aaron Bartlett, and it's just ironic, really, that he's paired up against Dylan Anderson, who is the next skier to go after him, because both of those competitors were part of the jump-off action that took place yesterday with Aaron Bartlett taking the honors there with a fifth-place position, whilst Dylan Anderson on the outside looking in sixth place. Now they award medals for the top 5 in these championships, just in case you're wondering if you're watching us from outside the United States and kind of wondering what the deal is with the podium. Well, it's an extended podium beyond third to encompass fourth and fifth. Going to get some point scores coming through. We got a point score for John Balfour with 1540, 1,540 points. Latest score that's coming in from Boys 1 Tricks. Aaron Bartlett. Surface 7 and reverse. Nicely done there, all the way through. Right, going through the motions towards the end there with Aaron Bartlett with some steps towards the end. Taking his foot out the ski and doing the line back and line front. Each of those step tricks are 110 points apiece, so they're a valuable part of the total makeup of the score for the competitors. So Dylan Anderson, our fifth skier out, so just waiting on the back of that Nautique towboat for his go, for his opportunity to shine out there. All right, so we're just waiting on Aaron Bartlett to make his reappearance coming into the course for pass number 2. Looks like it's going to be either a toe O or a toe 5 back. Toe O for starters. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there around about the instance where he'd just completed his reverse toe side. He tried to leverage that into some more tricks to come afterwards, but he finds himself in the water here. Toe wake back and toe wake front. toe side and the reverse. Toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back. So the amount of points that he scored on that second pass equate to about 960 points. With a toe O and a toe wake back and toe wake front, 150 points apiece. Toe sides, 130 points apiece. Toe back and toe front, 100 points apiece. Add all of that together, 950 on pass number 2 there for Aaron Bartlett. Now, this is Dylan Anderson. Here comes Dylan Anderson coming out of Minnesota. There's a wake back-to-back, and there's the reverse. Surface 5 back. Ski line back. So there, successfully making his way through a pass number 1. Behind that Nautique towboat. Right, looking at his tricks, just trying to keep the handle as close to his body as possible. But I don't think getting too much in the way of elevation to make that ski line back credit worthy. But he'll continue to work his way through the next set of tricks, which will be toes, having started with hands. Okay, we got Asher Boyd's a score that's just been published, 24-10, 2,410 points. 24-10. So based upon what I know with the skiers that have whose scores have yet to come in, John Bolfer has put himself on the podium. So too is Asher. We're waiting on the score for Brady Boyd and Remy Lee and Jonathan Davis. But seeing the performance from Jonathan Davis, it's probably gonna be a little bit short of the 2 scores that are just read out. John Bolfer, who scored 1,540 points. Even someone like Chase Mallets might have a valid argument for being part of the top 5 here with his score of 1,110 points. So those are your top 3 right now with Asher Boyd, John Bolfer, and Chase Mallets. Those are your top 3 as the scores come through in Boys 1. Dylan Anderson. Didn't look particularly steady there in holding the reverse toe back in preparation for the toe wake back-to-back, but he held on to it as much as he could. Toe wake back, toe front, reverse toe wake back. Yeah, there you go. That's a lot better. That was certainly better than the previous pass. Casting a rather tall figure in this event. So there we go. That was Dylan Anderson. We are skier number 5 of 12, so we're just a little ways shy of halfway through this section of the competition. Toe wake front there, beautifully executed. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg for much of this run. And there you go, the reverse toe back. Or was actually the reverse toe back to back. And there you go with another completed trick there. That was the reverse toe wake back towards the end there. You very rarely see those, except at the tail end of a reverse toe wake back to back for skiers of high national or international pro level. These tend to see that that trick performed on a quite frequent basis. All right, moving right along, we have got Daniel Powell coming up next. All right, working its way into the trick course right here and now. This is Daniel Powell. All right, Daniel Powell. Waco for starters. Back. Surface sevens. Back to back. Very, very aggressive with these spins here. And dropping the handle, and I think he didn't know exactly where he was towards the end, so just dropped the handle to make sure that he sank into the water rather softly. He even struggled a little bit with the handle pass on one or two occasions right there at the beginning, and there as well. Daniel Powell. Yeah, just having trouble with the handle pass on one or two occasions prior to that point, and then ultimately the flaws in his handle pass mechanics kind of revealed themselves eventually towards the end. But having said all of that, he was still able to throw down some pretty decent and some high-scoring surface moves as it turns out, and he's probably top-loading the surface turns into the first pass, because I'm quite sure that he may not actually have a toe pass of sorts going forwards, and needed to make some room for some maybe some surface wake tricks to go forward. And that's exactly what's happening here. I think that he may be about to throw down with some flips and maybe some ski lines. Who knows? There's the first flip, 550 points. Second flip, there's 500. Another 500 right there, 1,500 points there. Another 750 thrown in there for good measure. Using the wake there to put some lanyap tricks towards the end there. Wow, some good skiing there. Some powerful stuff. Yep, he enjoys the heck out of that one. That's Daniel Powell in Boys 5 Trick. We are officially halfway done with Boys 5 Trick. There, look at that. Daniel Powell worked his hardest to stay in contact with the boat, and had to raise his handle up a little bit high to suck out the slack in the rope. And let's not forget that we got a little bit of wind blowing into the facility right now. It is a headwind on the opening pass, a tailwind on the pass returning its way to the dock, the same direction for jump. And jump is going to be the next event to come after the completion of Boys 5 Tricks. That jump event is going to be the Boys 4 jump event, with 7 skiers in that division. Matthew Chewy Greenwood. Now he's going to go in for the flips. Nails the first one. Second one. Oh, and he tries to recover on the second one, so kind of bails on that one. So Matt Greenwood, or Matthew Greenwood. Going for some wake back-to-backs and then some surface positional moves here before he goes in for the first of his flips. 500 points for this. And because he wasn't able to land this second one successfully, 0 points for that, I'm afraid. So Matt Greenwood. So Matt Greenwood getting ready to get back out at it again behind that Mastercraft Stars and Stripes liveried towboat. Resplendent there in its blue metallic flake accent there. So whilst we get him back out onto the water, let's have a look at some of the remaining scores. Maybe some of the scores have updated with Boys 1 Tricks. Still showing Asher Boyd in the lead with 24-10. All right, so looks like we may actually have a complete list of skiers in Boys 1 so far as their associated trick scores are concerned. And I'll read out the scores in a moment, courtesy of waterskiresults.com. We're in the next division after Boys 1. This is Boys 5 tricks. Let's see what we've got here. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe side and its reverse. Keeping the toe foot close to standing leg, and that's what enables him to recover out of that toe wrapping. Positions there for the toe wake back to back, and unfortunately just not feeling it today so far as a trick skiing is concerned. All right there, so looks like we've got the remaining scores in for Boys 1 tricks. So provisionally, it means that Asher Boyd with 2410 points is provisionally your national champion, scoring 1,210 points on pass 1 and 1,200 points on pass 2. Brady Boyd scoring 2360, so only marginally behind, scoring 1,160 points on pass number 1 and 1,200 points on pass number 2. Provisionally in third, Remy Lee with 1,740 points, John Bolfer with 1,540, and Chase Mallett rounded off the top 5 with his score of 1,110 points. Other scores that have just come through are Connor Rose with 650, Zachary Gow with 500, Jackson Sharkey with 500, Rhett Fillmore with 410, Dane Burdick with 370, Jack Johnson with 200, and the final score on the list with 160 points, courtesy of Alexander Travers. So now it's from one neighbor on the same lake to another. We've just seen Matt Greenwood from Scott in Arkansas, where the Bullneck Lake is situated. Another person that uses that lake as their training base is about to take to the water. It is going to be Zach Withrow. Okay, you're still waiting on the final score for Jonathan Davis for Boys 1 tricks before we formally announce the Boys 1 tricks top 5. But an early fall there for our latest Boys 5 skier out on the water. It is Zach Withrow. And just couldn't quite get the handle pass situated there on that particular effort. So Zach Withrow in a little bit of a quandary here, and it's going to have to make a decision whether to proceed on with the toe tricks for the next pass, or maybe even go so far as to repeat. All right, here we go. We've got Zach Withrow coming in on the pass number 2, electing to go with toe tricks this time. We're in the top 5 ranked skiers coming into this event, with Zach Withrow averaging just a little bit south of 3,900 points. Toe wake back to and slipping down the wake there with the toe wake back to back, and just unable to knock it down this time around. That is Zach Withrow. We're down to our final 4 skiers. We've got George Bolfer, Giovanni Bloyer, and B.G. Bickley. But before all of those, we're going to see Dash Kruger make an assault upon the boys' 5 national trick title. I'm Tony Lightfoot here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and we're working our way towards the conclusion of boys' 5 tricks, and then from that point onwards, then we'll have one more event of jump. And then we'll resume the tricks again with 2 more categories: open women and open men. All right, then, we've just seen a latest score pop up on the screen for boys 1 tricks. Jonathan Davis with 1,420 points. That just about slides him into the top 5 in 5th place with 1,420 points, Jonathan Davis, and knocks out Chase Mallets for a place in the top 5. So Jonathan Davis in 5th with 1,420. John Bolfer in 4th place with 1,540. Remy Lee in 3rd with 1,740. Brady Boyd with the runner-up score of 2,360. And provisionally, your new National Boys 1 Trick Champion with a point score of 2,410 is Asher Boyd. So well done to those competitors. The next set of scores that we'll see from our trickers will belong to boys 5 trickers. So Dash Kruger is up next. Okay, here we go. This is Dash Kruger. Seems to have recovered pretty much okay after taking a pretty big jump crash yesterday. Looking okay. Not especially smooth, mind you, and you could forgive him for that, based upon what happened yesterday. But let's have a look and see. Toe back and toe front, and then toe wake back. And a toe wake front, keeping that toe foot under control. The toe side and the toe side reverse. Reverse toe back and toe front. Just try to set himself into that reverse back position in anticipation of doing either a toe wake back to back or a regular toe surface back to back. As we see his father there presiding over his tricking. So the Mastercraft towboat on on the West Lake, back up on. We've got Dash Kruger. Dash Kruger, who comes to us out of Winter Garden in Central Florida. So setting up the boat speed, it should be a fairly higher clip this time around. It's going to be this pass is going to consist of some high revolution spins and some flips. Dash Kruger, who skied in the U17 World Water Ski Championships this past March into April, will be looking to try and qualify himself as a skier in the U21 World Championships that will take place in January in Bahia Malacos in Peru. Oh, and takes a really, really big, huge hit on that fall. Certainly was aggressively making some strides there, including the couple of front flips that he produced. There's the regular backflip, and here is, I believe, the reverse. The opening 2 out of the 6 that he could have attempted. There's the front flip, almost over-rotating it, but managing to hold off on that. Slaps the ski down there, the right amount of rotation. And then he goes there for the flip twist back. Ouch. Going down on a 750-point move. The back flip with the backwards landing. And that is Dash Kruger. All right, we're down to our final 3. We have got George Bolfer coming up next. Okay. George Balfour now. Warming up nicely there for his toe tricks on pass number 1 of 2. Here he comes. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back. Toe 8 back to back. Toe 8 back to back. Toe surface back to backs. Toe 5 front. Toe out. Toe in. Toe wake O. Toe wake back. And doing some fairly rudimentary tricks towards the end. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. And the reverse. Toe back to back. And toe 5 front. Toe O. Toe wake O. Toe wake back. Toe front. And a couple of toe sides there. So well done there on pass number 1, and the total on pass number 1, if you're using the Trickski cow cap, which is available on Android and on the Apple Store, you can download that and you can follow each tricker and score them in real time. And using this app, I estimate, this is my personal estimation, 34.20 if he got everything in time, including the 2 toe side slides. The run as it was scored by me, not by any of the other officials. Don't forget, these are my own prognostications based upon the Trickski cow cap. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse, and toe back to back, reverse toe back to back. Toe 5 front, toe O, reverse toe O, toe wake O, toe wake back, toe front, toe side, and it's reverse. All in all, 34.20 on the opening pass. So let's switch from pass 1 to pass 2, and we'll see if I'm able to use this app effectively enough to score both runs. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're almost at the tail end of the boys 5 tricking competition. I hear the boat making its way back in towards the area. This is George Balfour now. Looking good here. Wake 5 front. Does he have anything else there? Wake 5 front reverse. Wake O. Surface 5s are right towards the end. Oh yeah, absolutely nailing it. So tricking just a little shy of 6,000 points coming into this event, but I suspect that combination of 2 20-second passes may have helped him out along. And just the first few tricks alone on pass number 2 would have given him a total of about just a little shy of 5,000 points, but he still had to have a pass to go with tricks pretty much very, very close to 2,000 from about the halfway mark, including the surface 5 back and the surface 5 front, a side slide or 2, and yep, absolutely. So he had plenty of help with the opening pass, tricking a skosh over 3,000 points with the opening pass. So there we go. That is George Bolfer. Now we're going on to our penultimate skier, coming to us out of Vail in Colorado. It is Giovanni Bloyer. Okay, so Giovanni Bloyer, our second to last skier. So Giovanni Bloyer spends his time between Vail, Colorado and Lake Elmo in Minnesota. Here we go. Let's have a look and see what we've got right here and now with his opening pass. This is going to be wrapping in for either a toe wake 5 back or a toe 5 back on the surface. That is the surface one, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Oh no, and he grabs onto the line and he goes into the water with that sinking feeling. He was trying to be aggressive and he is trying to get as many points as he could here. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. Toe wake back to back, reverse. Surface toe back to backs, winding it on for the toe 5 front. Nails that trick, and now this is where the problems start. And just getting an early release, it would have seemed. So Giovanni Bloyer now trying to explore his options at this point, whether what he can do to try and get some points that will put him back into the top 5, because a fall like that is potentially disastrous in terms of achieving that aim. But if there is any good news to be gleaned from this, it is that he fell on his opening pass with tricks that don't constitute the majority of those that he uses to get a high point score. The handle pass is going to be coming up next, and it's going to be filled with flips and twists here, there, and everywhere. At least he hopes so. All right, so continuing on, and we just received the first message on the live chat there from Tony Bondonzi, who's finding it extremely hard to get any kind of work done as she has the webcast for both the East and the West Lake going on her computer. Thanks a lot for your continued support, and keep on watching. And yes, that is not a bad idea. Open up a tab for each of the webcasts. The left one for the East, the right one for the West, or vice versa, whatever you fancy. And then open up a third tab to keep an eye on the results as they come through. Boom. Flip twist to proceed these flips. There you go. That's a little bit better. He recovers well there. That is Giovanni Bloyer coming to us out of Lake Elmo. Lake Elmo in Minnesota. Wake 5 front. And then he goes in for the 550-point flip twister to the front, and he goes in for the flips on either side, 500 points apiece. He's halfway through the flips that he can produce. Flip twist to the back, which is 750 points. Then he throws some relatively simple throwaway tricks at the end there. That is Giovanni Bloyer. And now we're down to our final competitor in boys 5 in the tricks competition. It is going to be B.G. Bickley coming to us out of Macon in Georgia. So B.G. Bickley, 8,200 points he comes in with as an average. His best score this season was at the Southern Regional Championships, and he scored 84.80. So he's definitely got the skills. He's definitely got what it takes. Let's see what he can do here. Here we go. Keep going. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Oh no, and he bells out on the reverse. Going down and just taking way too long to recover there with the toe wake back to back reverse. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and here is trick number 3, toe wake back to back reverse. Just continued his shoulder rotation. They didn't do enough to arrest it, and the result there was the fall, which means that B.G. Bickley has put himself into quite a bit of a bind. Not the only competitor that has done that, therefore. So So we're going to have to look and see with the point scores as they come through. All right, we've got some point scores for boys. 5 tricks. Bobby Magnus with 1750 and Wyatt Booker with 1190. And we've still got We've still got 10 more scores to come through before we get anywhere close to completing the results for boys' 5 tricks. That includes B.G. Bickley, who's in the process of trying to get back situated with the second and final pass. The only rub here is that second pass is not going to feature his highest scoring tricks. That would have been, and actually, yes, the second pass is going to feature his high scoring tricks. It is going to be hands, and maybe the wind conditions are having a little bit of an influence here upon the decision making with our competitors. B.G. Bickley deciding to go with a headwind for the toe pass, which he produced first. So now it comes down to the handle pass with all the flips and the ski lines and the spins that he's going to need every single one of to get anywhere close to ascending towards the top rungs of the ladder. All right, here we go. B.G. Bickley. Let's see what he's got. Flips from either side. Flip twist to the back. Front flip. Nails that one. Ski line back on. Unfortunately, whatever damage that he did before that second pass has only been compounded by the fall that he took towards the end. So not exactly what we would call one of his banner days out there. That is B.G. Bickley. We're looking at this second pass here. There's flips from either side. 500 points apiece. Flip twist to the back, 750. Goes for an 800 point there, a front flip. Then completely misses the line there with the ski line back on that move, and unfortunately the writing on the wall is there for a B.G. Bickley. All right then, so that concludes a boys' 5 tricks, but it does not conclude the tricks events in its entirety for today. We've got 2 more tricks events to come, but that is to be preceded by boys 4 jumps. Right here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. The 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships will continue on momentarily. And, you know, we're all about giving people a break here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And here's yours.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? Place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. Place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
They'll all tell you their boat's the best. We don't need to, because the moment you're behind the wheel of a Mastercraft, you'll feel it. Speaking of performance, watch this. In the boat, plush, premium, cool to the touch, plus the smartest tech and the smoothest ride. Because we're built to last, not just built to sell. You might call it bold. We just call it the standard. Mastercraft. Better every time.
World record ropes Masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
All right, then. Welcome back to the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota. All right, we have got an event which will feature 7 competitors. That event is boys 4 jumps. And the skier on the water to get things running in that event is Ryan Weiser. All right, here we go. This is Ryan Weiser now. Turns in. Up and over, and just didn't hold his direction long enough, so taking a 0 score on the first jump. Let's have a look at this one more time with the benefit of our instant replay, and as we confirm the 0.0 metric score and 0 feet as well. Now turns in. The edge looks good. The position looks good, but as he came across the wakes, he started to flatten off. And whenever you flatten off, much of the weight and your balance and momentum goes towards the rear instead of the front. So a re-ride on jump number 1 is coming up for Ryan Weiser. Okay, as we continue to work our way along, we've got some boys 5 tricking results to share with you. But the current leader is Aaron Bartlett with 20 points. Colton Hoops with 1770 points. Bobby Magnus with 1750, just marginally behind by 20 points. And Riot Buka and Wyatt Buka currently in 4th spot in boys 5 tricks out of the results that we have so far with 1190 points. Okay, so Ryan Weiser lands his second attempt at the ramp. All right, then. So we're going to get a distance for Ryan Weiser on jump number 2. Sat back a little bit coming into the jump, but still managing to get that jump away. For his second jump distance, it's 23.1 or 76 feet. 76 feet is the distance for Ryan Weiser. All right, then. So, from what I understand, that jump that was landed was a re-ride of jump number 1. So, which means essentially that he has 2 more jumps remaining. Here's his second. Oh yeah, much smoother, much more controlled and precise there. So Ryan Weiser. So waiting on the jump distance to come through for jump number 2. Looks like another re-ride is going to ensue for Ryan Weiser, unable to get a distance on the second jump. Okay, so he's been given his options so far as the second jump is concerned. No distance recorded on the second jump, so he's going to continue on with a retry of jump number 2. All right, then. Looks like we're going to take our time on this one with the 84 for Goode Water Ski National Championships with Ryan Weiser getting ready for his second attempt at jump number 2. And we'll be back right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Okay, from what I understand, we've been able to recover footage from the second jump and replotted the jump distance for number 2, and it is 22.7 meters, 22.7, which is 74 feet. Okay, Ryan Weiser with 23.1 meters on the first for 76 feet. He backs that up with a 22.7 meter jump there for 74 feet. Here he comes. Ryan Weiser coming in on jump number 3. Nice looking jump there. Ryan Weiser, who comes into this event with an average of 65.6 meters, 65.6 feet, I should say. Comes to us from Iowa. Okay, so 22.3 or 73 feet, 22.3 or 73 feet there for him. As we now work our way down, as we work our way along the boys' 3 jumpers. 6 competitors to go, starting off with Kent Williams. Okay, continuing on with boys 4 jump, Kent Williams. So coming to us out of Rossville in Tennessee is Kent Williams. The Tennessee State, he jumped 72 feet. At the Southern Regionals, he jumped 63. And at last year's Goode Water Ski National Championships, where he was a boys 3 competitor, he jumped 52. So the boat speed is being upped from 48 kilometers an hour, which is around about 30 miles an hour, to 51k, which is around 32. And that change in speed is going to have a profound effect for him going forwards. Here we go. This is Kent Williams. Ooh, taking a bit of a bounce upon the landing there, and Kent Williams now will be pondering what he does next. So we're going to have a look at the instant replay as the boat picks him up. The positioning didn't look all that bad, but he just couldn't keep the edge positively enough away from the boat's pull, and when he hit the surface of the ramp, everything started to collapse underneath him. Would probably find that he'll have an easier time gaining lift if he wasn't preoccupied with trying to edge and then flatten off before hitting the jump. If he edged all the way through to the top left corner, he would probably gain more by doing that rather than doing the whole deal with cut and flat. All right, so let's have a look at Kent Williams. So in boys 4, for his first year of competition in that division, it was in boys 3 last season. Placed in 10th in last season's Goode Water Ski National Championships in boys 3. Just needs to keep edging all the way through. That's better. Rides out that jump. Okay, so Kent Williams will get a jump distance on the strength of his second attempt. We're going to get that communicated through very, very soon for Kent Williams. 19.5 meters or 64 feet, 19.5 meters or 64 feet. Still puts him a little bit behind the 8 ball, comparing his jumps with that of Ryan Weiser, who's jumped over 70 feet with each of his jump distances. Currently in the lead with 23.1 meters or 76 feet. All right, here we go now. This is Kent Williams' third and final attempt. Kent Williams. Personal best is around 72 feet. Sets himself up over the skis. Kind of like in a quarterback squat stance. Oh, a hard turn and unfortunately does not ride away on that jump. So bookends his one and only distance of 19.3 meters or 64 feet with 2 jumps that resulted in a 0 score. That is Kent Williams here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championship. All right, George Jones is coming up next. All right there, so our next skier is out in the water right now. This is George Jones.
There's like five more jumpers and 8 triggers. No, you, not me.
So George Jones, who attributes this setup as his home site here at Trophy Lakes Estates 3, right here in Center City in Minnesota. This is George Jones. Best jump this season, 67 feet. Let's see what he's got on jump number 1. Oh, I like that looking. I like the look of that jump there. Little twisted with his right ski towards the boat. A little bit more edge all the way through consistently off the top left will probably yield more distance. But there we go. That's George Jones on that single cut opener. We'll get the distance for him very, very soon. There it is, 20 meters or 66 feet. So, 2 more attempts to come. George Jones qualifies for these national championships as the number 5 seed nationally. All right, here we go one more time. It's middle jump for George Jones here at the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Keeping the good tight line, keeping his direction. Yes, better. Better distance and better form in the air as well to boot. Always vital elements going forward whenever you're hitting a solid object like that at force. Distance will be revealed up on your screen right now, 21.7 meters. Or 71 feet there, 21.7 meters, 71. That puts him within striking distance of Ryan Weiser, who still holds the lead with 23.1 meters. 23.1 meters is the equivalent of 76 feet, so there's about a 5-foot differential between his jump and the current lead as it stands right now. And if Ryan Weiser doesn't exceed 23.1 meters with his remaining jump, then Ryan Weiser will have a position on the podium confirmed. Because we only have 4 competitors left after George Jones at this time. Oh, yeah, better looking jump there. More speed, more... So we're waiting on the jump distance to come through, but in the meantime, let's have a look at George Jones's jump there. Was able to control his skis a little bit better that time, but whether it's enough control to equate to better distance is uncertain at this time. .4 meters, 22.4. So 22.9 meters or 74 feet. That means that Ryan Weiser has a spot in the top 5. All right, moving right along now. Our fourth qualified skier seeding via the rankings coming in to this event for boys for jump is Weston Otke. All right, here we go. Let's see what he has up his sleeve for jump number 1. Weston Ockey from Jefferson City, Missouri. Oh, whoa! And taking a bit of a perler there. Wow. Certainly was trying to go for the gusto there, but unfortunately unable to control himself that much. He's going to get on the back of the boat and put the skis on, but in the meantime, let's have a look at the instant replay and see where it all went to pieces for him. Weston Ockey from Jefferson City, Missouri. Boom! Just didn't have his position tightened up here. And I think what honestly happened was that he did not ease into his edges at all. He just turned for the jump as quickly as possible. And whenever you put that much pressure on the line and you do not have an arm sling or enough angle coming across the jump, then the pressure of the line and the pull from the boat is going to transfer all the way up to your shoulders. And if you were to watch him again, you'll see that the pull was right up his shoulders, and his position was back on the ski to boot as well. Not the best of combinations that one could wish for whenever you're hitting a solid object like a ramp. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This competition sanctioned by the American Water Ski Association and supported by USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. You can find out more about the AWSA with its free event tournament format and the 8 other sports divisions that encompass the organization that is USA Water Ski and Wake Sports by going to their website, usawaterski.org. That is usawaterski.org. Okay, while we continue to monitor the situation with the jump lake, let's have a look at some of the trick points that were produced by Boys 5. I'll give you that information in just a moment, but let's see what Weston Oakey can do. Softer approach now. That's better. But unfortunately unable to land and ride it out. So he's put himself in a pretty pickle here. And as we work to recover, let me read off the boys' 5 tricks scores. Daniel Powell with 43.40. Matt Greenwood with 32.90. We still have some point scores to coming, but so far as our positions are concerned, Daniel Powell currently has the lead ahead of Matt Greenwood with 32.90, Dylan Anderson with 25.10, Aaron Bartlett with 22.20, Zach Withrow with 2,060, Colton Hoops with 17.70, Bobby Magnus with 17.50, and Wyatt Booker with 1,190 points. So, Weston Oakey, whose best scores of the season have been at the Midwest Regionals, where he jumped an 80-footer. He's backed that up with 2 jumps of 74 feet in the previous competitions. Coming to us out of the Show Me State of Missouri. And we need him to show us a jump distance. Here he comes. Oh, and he tried to get up and ping the handle away, unfortunately. So Weston Oakey recording a 0 score, which means that the person that's in second place right now has earned himself a spot on the podium alongside Ryan Weiser. So Ryan Weiser and George Jones by the result of Ryan Weston's 0 score have have each earned themselves a spot on the top 5 podium with 3 competitors to go. We'll see Bodie Bolfer and Jacob Nelson come up very, very soon, but before those competitors, it'll be Freddie Davis. All right, moving right along. We're over the halfway mark here on this list of 7 boys for jumpers. We've got Freddie Davis on the water now, and he qualified for these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, having averaged out a just distance of 126 feet. Here he comes, jump number 1. This is Freddie Davis. Oh, nice. Lands, and probably by the token of his first jump, the effort that he put in with the 3/4 cut, it should be enough to take the lead away from Ryan Weiser, surely. The question is, how much is it going to do it by? I like the edge. I like the lift. The pull from the boat helped him get more in terms of distance. The distance should be known very, very soon. That is on jump number 1. It is 38.3126. So 126 there for him. So 38.3. All right, going in for the full double cut now. Now he's looking to try and get a little bit wide of the boat to increase his distance to where he can accelerate up to speed. Speed plus height equals distance. But it's what you do to create either one that could ultimately have a hand in determining the distance down the road. So, continuing on, we've got Freddie Davis with jump number 2. Okay, so 37.2 or 122, 37.2. So kind of backed it up in terms of distance, although he was technically better. He just didn't quite have enough to really establish a new lead by himself. But because he has taken the lead at this early stage, he has put himself in the realm of the top 5 of competitors in boys 2 jumps. All right, here he comes, jump number 3. He's gotten the lead, and he is jumping around about his average right now, which is a 126. But he knows that there are better jumpers to come, and the onus is upon him to try and put out a target that would make it just that little bit harder for them to supersede Freddie Davis. So looking at this one last attempt. So already with 38.3 meters on jump number 1. This jump should be there and thereabouts. A little bit squared off with the shoulders, but the distance should be revealed momentarily for Freddie Davis. All right, you've rejoined us here for the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and Freddie Davis is in the lead with the boys 4 jumping contest. Okay, so the last jump was 34.1 meters or 112 feet. But the first one was the one that did the damage. So now we come down to our penultimate competitor, Bodie Bolfer. Coming to us out of the state of Minnesota, this is Bodie Bolfer. Here he is, jump number 1. Oh, yeah, and he flies on that one. So Bodie Bolfer averaging a distance of 150 feet prior to making it into this event, which puts him in the top 10 percentile of those competitors that have qualified to ski in these national championships. All right, the distance, 43.7, 143. 43.7, 143. It's good enough for the lead, and it's good enough to ensure that Bodie Bolfer is A, on the podium, and B, can finish no worse than second. But now he is now he's put himself in a pretty decent situation here. He is on the podium. He is in the lead. He could finish with the win, but he wants to remove any more doubt in that regards, because he knows that Jacob Nelson is definitely an extremely capable competitor, and he'll be jumping last off the dock next. Bodie Bolfer in boys 4. Here he comes. Not quite as springy with the lift. Again, a little bit swung out in the air, and probably took that jump just a little bit too early. Wasn't exactly forced to make it onto the ramp. So the distance, 43.3 or 142. So the distance a little bit less there. It needs to go in the opposite direction. It needs to be a little bit higher. The lead is good going into the final jumper, but you'd want to try and put a little bit of breathing room between yourself and what could potentially be a jump, or at least the best jump from Jacob Nelson, who comes into this event averaging 160. Bodie Bolfer for his efforts, for his ability, is pretty high up there in the ranking score average, but about 9.5 feet shy on average. Here he comes, Bodie Bolfer. He's in the lead. He's guaranteed no worse than second, but he wants to try and increase the potential target that Jacob Nelson would need to take the lead and therefore the win. So as Bodie Bolfer makes his way back to the dock, we'll have a look at this once again, and we'll at the same time find out if that jump distance that he has associated with this jump is anything more than what he's already done. Not quite. 43.3 or 142 feet. So now it comes down to who wants it more. Bodie Bolfer certainly wanted it, and he took it with 43.7 meters or 143. Jacob Nelson about to jump. So we just seen Bodie Bolfer, and now Jacob Nelson in boys 4 getting ready to rock it here. All right, so there is your leaderboard. Bodie Bolfer in the lead, ahead of Freddie Davis and Ryan Weiser and George Jones. Those are the only competitors that have a guarantee of a spot in the top 5. With one competitor left to go, it is Jacob Nelson. All right, then. So as we continue on the delay, before we send Jacob Nelson back out, is because of the fact that he has decided to go with the 1.65 meter ramp height, or 5.5 feet. And it is consistent with the scores that he's produced this season. The ramp is at 0.255, the slope of that ramp. If it were a 5-foot high ramp, the ramp would be set at 0.235. But the boat speed is the same. For him, it's going to be 51k, or around about 32 mile an hour. Jacob Nelson. All right, getting ready to tighten up the line and get out there to challenge the current lead scores with the free jumps that he has at his disposal. This is Jacob Nelson. All right, here we go. This is Jacob Nelson jumping for the title now. His best jump this season is a 1.65 over at the Sunset Cup. He's backed that up with a jump distance of a 1.63. Both of those are at the 1.65 meter ramp height. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1. So Jacob Nelson Coming to us from the state that's just over the border. That's Wisconsin. If you were to travel from here and head a little bit southeast from this location, you would eventually get to St. Croix Falls, which represents the frontier between Minnesota, where we're in right now, and Wisconsin to the south of us. So Jacob Nelson, having not traveled all that far to make it here to the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, now finds himself in a little bit of in a stressful position, passing up on jump number 1. Not overly stressful yet, but if he were to pass on jump number 2, then things could get complicated really, really quick. All right. Let's have a look and see. Coming in, this is Jacob Nelson. Now, he's out wide of the towboat. Oh, quick turn, tight line here. Does he hit the jump? Yes, he does. And there you go. That is your national champion for boys 4 jumping. That is Jacob Nelson. Jacob Nelson, skiing in a division where 15 is the upper age limit. This division is, for those competitors, 15 and under. Jacob Nelson, a little bit of a push to get some height. So 49.6 meters, or 162 on the jump number 1. So now he is the national jump champion. So here he comes, jump number 3. Here he comes. Boys 4 national jump champion. Oh, look at this. Fantastic effort there. Jumping against the benchmark, which was established whenever the age categories were realigned. And that benchmark set in 2020 was 191 feet or 58.2 meters, so I don't think he's going to get quite there yet. So we're just waiting on the distance to be revealed. So 163 feet, 49.8 meters. He is your winner. Ahead of Bodie Balfour, ahead of Freddie Davis, ahead of George Jones, and ahead of Ryan Weiser. That is your leaderboard. Jacob Nelson, your champion in the boys 4 jumps. All right, we've got a couple more tricks events to come your way. We've got open women's tricks, followed by open men's tricks. All in all, there should be about 10 competitors total. But make sure you stick around. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and when we return, it'll be tricks coming up next.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy. Travel like a VIP every time you book with us. Receive perks like complimentary daily breakfast, room upgrades, resort credits, preferred access at thousands of luxury hotels worldwide, trips you actually want to take without the overwhelm from beaches in Portugal to African safaris, a vineyard weekend in Sonoma, or a solo escape to Mexico, curated just for you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Eagle. Made in the USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place A place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat. A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
All right, then. Welcome back to our final tricks event of today's action today. This is the women's tricks event, and it's Cameron Waters to get things up and running away. Open women's tricks. Toe out. Toe side, toe wake back, toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front, toe surface back to backs, well, or just one back to back as it turns out, but there you go, that is Cameron Waters getting through pass number one. So let's have a look at this. Toe O out. Then the toe back and the toe front. And looking pretty decent there. Going from one trick to the next. Just going at a pretty decent pace for right now. So Cameron Waters qualifying for these national championships in open women and tricking around about 2,400 points on average. So we look over to our next competitor, who should be Jasmine Gagner. All right, Cameron Waters now. Selecting a boat speed that's about 4 clicks higher. All right, going through their opening moves, which involves a wake back-to-back, and amongst the other tricks that she elects to perform at this early stage, trying to go through the surface O's preceded by surface sevens, but ending up skiing away through both her 20-second runs. Cameron Waters, who whenever it becomes college time, she's a member of Louisiana Lafayette's Raging Cajuns, but would ordinarily ski out of the Jack Travers Water Ski School over in Groveland, Florida, whenever she isn't in Louisiana with her studies there at Louisiana Lafayette. So working away from one trick to the other, keeping the handle down nice and low, and looking pretty decent out there, it has to be said. Okay, so moving right along from Cameron Waters, trying to get some response from the boat to her signals. It's okay. Jasmine Gagner coming in with a pass number 1, past the green buoy, and is still working on getting the tow rope around the backside of her, and looks like she's going to do the tow 5 back. Indeed, it is. Tow wake back to back, and the tow wake front. Couple of tow sides here and there. Tow wake back again. Reverse tow wake back. Tries to go in for the tow wrap in, but losing her axis and balance as a result of that move. Tow 5 back, tow back to backs here. Tow wake back to back here. Nicely performed, getting plenty of air, and the rotation was good as well. Tow wake front to notch up a continuous amount of points. Tow wake back, and goes to the front for the reverse toe wake back and toe front. And ordinarily should be able to ski a way out of that, but in today's instance, it's not going to go her way this time around. So we look down the lake just to remind you that this is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Center City in Minnesota, the home of the Trophy Lakes Estates 3. And Minnesota is the birthplace of water skiing, when one intrepid man named Ralph Samuelson decided that on July the 22nd, 1922, he pretty much said to the folks around him, "I've got this. Hold on to whatever drink that I've got." And then he taught himself how to ski, created a whole new sport, and at the time there were no boats powerful enough to pull him out of the water, so he had to enlist the services of a pilot and a seaplane on Lake Pippin to make it all happen. Jasmine Gagner, surface 5, surface O's, some steps. Wake back. Oh, and the wake back in preparation for the wake 5 front. Spinning 1.5 times. The first half of the spin going from back to front, and then it's essentially a handle pass wake-o, but it's a decent looking performance there. Jasmine Gagner. So now, moving right along, we've got Jade Hansen coming up next as we look at Jasmine Gagner's remainder of the second and final 22nd pass, which ended with this attempt at the wake 5 front, getting caught in the middle. Okay, coming in, this is Jade Hansen. Coming to us out of the Lone Star State of Texas. Working her way through the initial toe tricks there. Toe side and toe side reverse that she just performed right there. Toe wake back and toe wake front. And got the first toe in, which was the more difficult one out of the two. And fell on the one going out. Just spun uncontrollably as soon as the line got tight again. So Jade Hansen keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Let's have a look at some of the scores that Jade Hansen produced, coming to us out of Rocheron in Texas. At last year's Goode Water Ski Nationals, she was able to tally up a score of 39.70. at the Largo Summer Fun Tournament. She tricked 35.70. Those are her two best scores of this current tournament season. All right, Jade Hansen. Having changed out a few things with her equipment, the trick skiers at this level are given an awful lot of that latitude in terms of being able to custom create their own experience behind the boat where it pertains to the tricks event, where it is the length, whether it's the length of line, the type of line used, the boat speed, if that boat speed remains constant or has an instruction by the coach to either increase the speed or lower it in the middle of a run, the ski length, the ski type, and even the selection of the boat are all within the realm of the skier's choice in terms of the trick skiing event in tournaments. Wake back to back reverse. Positional to the front for a wake-o, positional to the back for a wake 5 front. Now, does she go for the back flip? Yes, she does. But unfortunately, getting a little bit pushed down the wake. Apparently she's okay. She'll swim into the shore, but I don't think she would be terribly optimistic about whatever point score would come her way. We'll try and get you some point scores from not only this event, but also some of our previous events, such as a boys 5 trick, which resolved itself a little bit of a while ago. George Bolfer, the winner there in that event with 64.90 points, 6,490, ahead of Giovanni Bloyer with 61.50, and Daniel Powell with 43.40 for the top 3 spots. Fourth place was B.G. Bickley with 38.40, Dash Kruger with 34.30, and the other scores I'll read out to you right now. With Matt Greenwood 32.90, Dylan Anderson 25.10, Aaron Bartlett with 22.20, Zach Withrow with 2,060, Colton Hoops with 17.70, Bobby Magnus with 17.50, and Riot Buka with 11.90. So now let's see what we have to see now with our competitor on the water. We've just seen Jade Hansen. We're now working our way to Emma Davis. Emma Davis, who was a member of the United States team in the U21 Worlds a couple of cycles ago, and will probably be trying to qualify for the same tournament, the one that's about to take place in Peru this upcoming January, with full and complete coverage by TWBC. Oh, and tries the Mo back-to-back and takes a pretty sharp fall there. That is Emma Davis. Wake 5 back to open up her accounts, then a Wake 5 front. Positions herself to the back for the Wake 5 front reverse, and then works her way through each of the flips that she has working for herself there. There's the flip, twist back to front. Regular back flip. regular backflip reverse. Flip twist to the back, which is 750 points by itself. And then there was the mode back-to-back there with an 800 point potential, but unfortunately not realized with the fall on that attempt. Reminder once again to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll gain instant notifications when we are live next time. That'll be on day 5, which is tomorrow, of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And beyond the scope of these national championships, the next time that we will be live in another tournament will be in Greece, starting next week. In the middle of next week, we will be coming to you live from Agrinio in Greece for the European U14 and U17 championships. Full coverage once again on TWBC. And another benefit of subscribing to TWBC is YouTube channel is the ability to live chat with like-minded folks during these broadcasts on the same YouTube channel. All right, working her way round the island. All right, keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. And now getting ready to wrap for the toe 7 front. Let's see if she can shake off that fall as much as possible. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake back to back reverse. Toe back to backs. Toe 5 front. Toe O out. Toe O in. Toe wake O. Oh, and just couldn't really make a clean enough contact with the top of the wake there to initiate the balanced approach into that turn. But the toe tricks that she had up to this point were pretty decent, including winding it on there for the toe wake back to back and the toe wake back to back reverse. Toe back to backs. And there you go with the toe 5 front, followed on by the toe O out, and then the toe O straight back in. And now this is where she fell. She attempted the toe wake lino, but she got a little bit too much height all at once, and that kind of spooked her a little bit, and she was unable to work her way out of that position. All right, here we go. Coming into the course, former world champion and former world record holder in the women's tricks event. This now is Anna Hunter. And Anna Hunter, a realtor by trade, also helps with product development for Masterline, the official tow line of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. She and her father undertake that endeavor. Toe wake lino, toe wake line back to the front, to the back. Toe wake line back to back. Yeah, absolutely on fire there, and those tricks were performed at such a high rate of speed that it was difficult enough to keep a track there. The toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back has great poise and great finesse on the trick ski. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O in. Toe Waco. And just seeing how she lifts off there is an absolute sight to see. And that trick right there, the toe wake line back to back, was able to be performed with her advancing ahead of the ski. Ella Gay with her medal, having just received it as a result of her performance in an earlier trick discipline. So Ella Gay winning that in Girls 5, which was our very, very first event taking place today. And we're getting ready for Anna Hunter's second and final 20-second run. So, 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships from Center City in Minnesota. Sanctioned by the American Water Ski Association and supported by USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. We've still got some more trick skiing to come after the conclusion of Open Women with Anna Hunter. There's Ty Kosick at the back of that Mastercraft towboat. A towboat that he's been using for training for much of the summer. Spent quite a bit of time over at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana. And here's a skier for Louisiana's Warhawks during the collegiate time. But a skier who skied for Alabama in her collegiate guise. Look at this. Mo back-to-back. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. Goes in for a front flip. Front flip reverse. Yeah, nicely done. Pick that one apart, why don't you? I like the way that she transitions on a particular area of this particular run. Let's have a look and see where it occurs. There's the Wake 5 back. The ski line back to back. Then she motions over towards the next wake. And then it was that transition, the ski line back into the surface back to back. Then she transitions in for the Mo back to back to start up to continue on with the run. Mobes and spins in each direction. 550 points there, 730 points in another place, and 800 points for each of these, each of those front flips. So now that concludes Open Women. We'll try and get you some point scores if at all possible. But we've got 3 trickers in Open Men's competition. And this is Ty Kosick. Positional to the back. Flip twist to the front, which is 550. Regular back flip, which is 500. 500 there, so 1,550 points. Oh, there you go with the front. Oh, he manages to ski his way out. Wow. Don't know how he was able to do that, but... and then he falls on a 5 front. Bouncing around all over the show, Ty Kosick. Didn't get much height on the first flip, mind you, but getting height isn't the end-all and be-all of getting the flips done. It certainly helps by getting more elevation and more time in the air to pick your spot to land. And that ski was clean out of the water as he recovered. He bounced back up. And then, unfortunately, as he was trying to recover after taking a huge rib shot there, after the front flip, had to kind of set it down somewhere, and unfortunately, it turned out to be the wake 5 front from that wake where he operated from to the inside. All right, Ty Kosick. All right, and here we are at the celebration station for the award presentations for our competitors that end up in the top 5 in their respective events. Ty Kosick, who has tricked over 4,400 points. Toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe wrap in. Oh, and he tries the toe wrap in again in preparation for the toe wake-o, and unfortunately reaching for the rope just a little bit too early, and that set a whole chain reaction, a whole cascading effect of forward motion over the ski, which he wasn't able to rescue himself away from. So looking at Ty Kosick once again, reverse toe back and the toe front. Does the first toe in and does the toe out. Now he wants to repeat the trick in order to go off that wake, and he was just in a rush to grab onto that line that he left the ski cold and unfortunately unable to ski away from it. Not a bad effort there from Ty Kosick. Okay, here we go. Ryan Gay. Boom, look at that. Flip twist back to back, which is otherwise known as the Mobe. Front flips. Half jack. Wake 5. Ski line back to back. Ski line back. So now we're looking at this once again, positional to the back. Mo back to back. 800 points, that one. And that one too is also 800. It's the reverse. Another 800 points. 2,400 points right there. 3,200 points already produced there. There's another 800 points. Now he goes in for something a little bit more simplistic, like a wake 5, but was still able to stay upright here for much of the run. In fact, all of it behind that Nautique towboat. That is Ryan Gay. So, welcome back. We're almost a complete skier and a half away from concluding the tricks events on the Westlake for today. My name is Tony Lightfoot. So glad to have you present here on this Westlake webcast of the 84th Good Water Ski National Championships. Make sure you keep an eye on the events going on the east side as well. The webcast is going on there as well, and they've got about 10 or 11 skiers to go. And whether you choose to go on the east side or on the west side, make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get instant notifications and also the ability to chat. All right, Ryan Gay coming in. Second and final 20-second pass. Our second to last skier skiing in open division. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe back in. Oh, and just couldn't grab the line on time in order for him to take to the wake and attempt a toe wake-o and the remaining other tricks that I'm sure that he had lined up.
So that puts Colt in third place right now behind Dash Kruger and Wyatt Cooper.
All right, and now let's move on to our final skier of the day. The final skier of the day is going to be Jake Abelson. All right, our final skier of the day is Jake Abelson. All right, then. So, Jake Abelson who within the last couple of weeks has secured himself a spot in the next year's Masters water ski tournament by virtue of his win at the Rocky Mountain Pro over at the Lakes of Casting Stone just outside Calgary in Alberta, Canada. At about the same time that tournament happened, he received news that that he'd gotten the record that he set over at the Royal Nautique Pro of 13,040 points to be approved. So let's see if he can potentially set a record here. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back, surface toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 in, toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line 5 back. Let's see what he's got here. Toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse, toe wake line front, and just as easy as you like there. Ha ha! Great skiing there from Jake Abelson. So, Jake Abelson, newly minted world record holder in 13,040 points. He set that in Rabat in Morocco at the Royal Nautique Pro. Took a little while for the officials at the IWWF to certify that his performance was a world record. So, open men's tricks. The last skier. Now, we're going to get a fairly decent indication towards the end of the second pass whether he's going for the world record or not. It's the Wake 7 front. If he performs that, and he gets it within time, and has some other tricks to contribute, then it could potentially be a world record right here, right now. Skiing behind his boat of choice, the Nautique, Ski Nautique towboat. Here we go. World record attempt coming up right now. He's gotten through this tow pass. Half of the effort is done. 19.1 mile an hour with pass number 2. Okay, what does he do first? Okay, what he's going to do first is a positional. There's the mode back-to-back. Nails that one. There's the reverse. There's the front flip. There's the front flip. He's got 2 more flips that he can do. Half jack to the front. Now let's see what he can do. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 7 back-to-back. Ski line 0 back to the front. Ski line 5 front. Wake ski line back. Whoa, great skiing there from Jake Abelson. Going for the win, not necessarily for the world record. He would normally have stuffed a Wake 7 front to front right at the end if he were trying to go big in terms of the world record. But 2 stand-up runs, he'll take that any day of the week. So there's the mode back-to-back. We're watching the final action of the day's tricking event. There's the front flip, using that Avalon trick ski to fantastic effect there. Bam, look at that. He's got 2 more flips that he can try. There's the flip twist to the back for 750 points. Half jack to the front. And then he's got remaining tricks. A ski line 5 back, and there's the ski line 7 back-to-back. Nails that landing. Now pulls in for the ski line O, flips it towards the back. Ski line 5 front, then ski line back, and just easing his way towards the end. Showman to the last. There we go. That is Jake Abelson. So, in the quiet words of Vincent Stadelbauer, we're done. All right. Thank you very much for tuning in to the tricking competition. We'll have more for you starting tomorrow at 7 a.m. as we get ready for day 5 of these 84th Goode Water Skiing National Championships, being brought to you by some great sponsors, courtesy of OJ Props. Visit CentralFloridaSports.com, alongside HOD3, Connolly, Radar, the Mastercraft of Malibu and Nautique, the boat manufacturers, the official line of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships Master Line, and of course, the title sponsor of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships here in Minnesota, Goode Carbon Technologies. We're going to start tomorrow around about 7 a.m. So until that time, and on behalf of the entire crew here at TWBC, until tomorrow at 7 a.m., it is ciao for now.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.